Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing this Sunday night? Oh no, my voice is already rough. I have had a busy weekend. It's been partying it up. Actually, no. It was a graduation party on Friday.
It's been partying it up.
Oh, there I am.
Actually, no.
And then a wedding on Saturday night at 8 on the opposite side of town. But it was really pretty. Even though it rained and stuff, it's had stopped by 8, so everything went well. The food was awesome. My friend is awesome. And yeah, so that's what I've been doing. What have you guys been doing? Hey, Cher, Polygraph, Professor Pug. Thank you for asking. I hope you are as well. I am. I have been, I'd finished up I do this to myself every time. Like I could have had all Sunday just to chill and then go live early, which was my plan. I guess it's still early. It's early evening for me. And I was going to do that. And then I had everything ready to go, like completely finished. And then I realized that I forgot to do one major thing. And so that took a couple hours. And then I was like, why don't I just throw together all these screenshots that I have and like make them relative to 2013, around this time when he was getting in all this trouble. So then I spent another couple hours doing that. And I got 0 sleep last night. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what happened, but I was up till 8 a.m. I know. And I got up at 11:30 or 12. So I still got good sleep. Foxy Lady, how are you doing tonight? Tina, hello. How are you? Amy? Did you win $1 million? Is that why it says 1 million winner? Because if so, help a girl out. Hello, Lori Ellen. How are you? Love your picture. So pretty. Hoosier Cold Cases. Hello. I would like to interview you soon. I've already talked to Chaotic. She's on board. You're conjuring it up. Well, that's good. I hope that it works. Aw, thank you. Yes. Please hit the like. It does help. I don't know how, but people keep saying that, so I'm going to say it too. And no, I wouldn't follow everyone else off a cliff. All right, we got a busy night. Busy. There's so much. So let's get rolling. Can you guys hear me okay? I forgot to check my mic. Testing. All right, let's go. No, that's not going to work out. Hold on. I always do that. Um, I don't see Amy in here. Hi, Sharon. How are you? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go again. I can't sing worth a shit. Can you guys hear the TV? I forgot to shut the door. I'm going to go do that because I can hear it. It's bugging me. Oh, never mind. It's just on that loud. But I can't shut this closet door in the summer. I'll die. Hey, Tea with Grandma Sherry. How are you? Hope you're well. All right. Here we go. What's happening? Oh, I forgot. So I had some updates. Then they're really quick. Don't let me dilly-dally on them. I just wanted to let you guys know that the missing person that I shared one of the times I was on last week, she has been found. Update: Samantha Martinez, 15, of Lawrence, was found safe in New Jersey by federal authorities, according to a news release from Lawrence Police Department on May 11th of 2022. She will be reunited with her family soon. The circumstances of her disappearance are under investigation by police and the FBI. I'm pretty sure that it was it was not a good situation. At the time that I saved this, there wasn't any updates. Stop that. But, you know, she's alive, and I hope that. And then also I heard True Crime Bloke, the 15-year-old from his neck of the woods, was found alive as well. That was a oof. I shouldn't say. One of them. Yeah, I'll just not say because. But she's alive, so that's good. Paris Williamson, I covered her a couple months ago. Found safe after missing for a month. An Indianapolis woman missing since February 1st has been found safe, according to her family. The Shelbyville one, she was seen at a casino. So great news for Paris and her family. I hope everything is good with them. Again, that was my cousin best friends with her. I think it's one of her family members or close friends. And then nothing. Indianapolis State Police detectives with the Indiana State Police continue to ask for the public's help in identifying a deceased child located in rural Washington County. I really hope that they do the genetic genealogy, because this is like exactly what it is used for, and I guarantee you that community and surrounding will donate. If the sheriff's department starts a I don't know what they start, whether, some kind of a campaign for donations, I guarantee you they could have that money in no time flat to find out who this little boy is. There was just a victory in that. The case that I did just kind of spurred the moment on Friday afternoon. Apparently there's 4 babies that were thrown into the Mississippi, and they have identified the mother of 2 of them. And at 2 separate times, she threw her babies, 1999 and 2003. So I really hope that, and it was like 30 years. Was that 30 years? No, I don't know. I'm terrible with 20 years. Like that's the power of genetic genealogy in solving these quickly. Identify the child who was described as black between 5 and 8 years old, about 4 feet tall, with a slim build and a short haircut. Police say the child died at some point within the week prior to his body being discovered. An autopsy conducted last day, so everything else is what we've already talked about. But again, found in this suitcase here. This is a full-size suitcase, so this one would go under the belly of the airplane. It's not a carry-on size. And they do make this. You can buy this, like I saw it on Etsy as a cover. And then earlier this week, I did find it, but I'm pretty sure it's like an older model. So it seems like they're not like a dime a dozen. It's not like you're going to go into Walmart and be able to buy it. You know what I mean? Kind of a deal. So pretty unique. And that's why they chose to share it. But I can't imagine a monster that would put a child in a suitcase and leave him out in the woods. So we really need the public's help in this, or they do. We, as the public, need to come together to help this little boy. Like, it just breaks my heart. Everybody should have a name, and it's just really sad. Very, very sad. All right. So the first case we have up is in Dorchester County. So it's state of South Carolina, county of Dorchester versus R. Anthony Greeno. Because you got to remember, like, every single one of his cases, he's named something different because he tries to, be a trickster. And he doesn't like Rene. He doesn't like that name. So on July 5th of 2011, the charges are bail bondsman and runner's chapter violation, and a violation of a city ordinance, which is false information to police. Again, second time he's going to be doing that tonight. Sentence, he received 30 days. So he was in for August to September. So exactly a month, but I'm pretty sure he was already out. You'll see later because, it's usually they serve half the time. So 15 days. He has a balance due there as well for $55. And as far as the case activity, it is listed as November 6, 2011, he requested a jury trial. August 28th, he failed to comply. August 28th, he then took a plea by agreement. November 4th of 2016, he had a failure to comply. And on April 14, 2017, there is a commitment order issued. And that's literally the end. So I don't know if he still has a warrant in South Carolina. I couldn't find one, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have one. I'm going to be honest. I didn't look real hard. I thought I had it, and then I couldn't find it. So if anyone in the chat has it, send me the link, or if you're a mod and you have it, post it. Hey, Crime. Hey, Lipsha. I feel like I always miss it when Lipsha comes in, so I'm happy that I got to say hi. Now we are on to state of North Dakota, county of Cass versus Rene Greeno on October 15th of 2013. So this is literally, say he got out beginning of September, middle of September. He goes to North Dakota and he's arrested by October 15th. Actually, he was arrested on September 29th. So that's why it's like, I know I guess he could have gotten arrested in 2 days, but I'm pretty sure that's a 1-to-1 credit. So the probable cause affidavit that's what was filed on October 15th, and the charging summary. On September 29th, 2013, Greeno and 4 other individuals kicked down the door of an apartment that did not belong to the person they claimed they were claiming to have a bounty on. And then I'm so glad I found Dog Hub. This makes things so much easier. And again, the watermark is on there for a reason. I did not gather all of these. K6 knows who they are, and it's just my way of thanking them for their contributions. We all contributed what we found. But like, we did it as a group, and the group is, I'm just kind of the one speaking. Speaking of which, I know this is like short notice, but if anyone is willing to read anything tonight, comment that you are. And my voice is already kind of scratchy, and this happened the last time, and then I ended up with a sore throat for a couple days. So, and I'm not the best reader. So if anyone is willing, I know I've already talked to one, and she wanted to read it first, and that is totally cool. So don't feel on the spot. You know who you are. And I forgot to do that. So that is my bad. So this is the charging summary. On September 29th, 2013, Mrs. S. reported her apartment had been broken into, but nothing was taken. Officer Rene responded to the scene and spoke with Mrs. S. and a witness, Mr. Neighbor, who saw the suspects. Mr. S. said she came home. Mrs. S. said she came home and found her door damaged and belongings in her house moved around, but nothing taken. That would totally freak me out. Mrs. S. did not have any suspect information. Mr. Neighbor to Mrs. S. said he saw the people who broke into the apartment. Mr. Neighbor said he heard someone yelling in the hallway of the apartment, so he looked through his peephole, faces towards Mrs. S.'s door, and saw 3 people standing at the door. Mr. Neighbor stated he watched as one of the males kicked the door in, and the 3 went into the apartment and came out a few minutes later. When they exited the apartment, Mr. Neighbor said one of the suspects said, "I thought the address had been confirmed." At that point, Mr. Neighbor said he went outside and spoke with the suspects, and they said they were looking for a male named Nick. Mr. Neighbor described the suspects as 2 males and 1 female wearing camouflage clothing, tactical vests, and clothing saying bounty hunter. Mr. Neighbor said the female was wearing a green tank top and jeans. After investigating the incident further, Detective Nelson, discovered multiple bounty hunter groups in the area looking for people on the date the burglary was reported. The group consisted of Fugitive Apprehension Team owner Kenneth out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Northern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement owner Jeremy out of Moorhead, Minnesota, and Southern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement owner Anthony Greeno out of Charleston, South Carolina. I contacted Jeremy, and he said they never kicked a door in the night in question looking for someone. Jeremy said he was in the downtown Fargo area looking for someone with the help of Southern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement. Jeremy said he was with Tanner, Anthony, Greeno, Dustin, Robbie, and Brooke. Lieutenant Scusa looked at footage from the downtown camera system and confirmed the group was downtown. In the footage, you can clearly see 4 males and 1 female. I called Brooke, and she said she was downtown working with Northern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement. Brooke said she was wearing a green tank top and blue jeans, which was confirmed in the surveillance, and also the same description of the female who was with during the burglary described by the witnesses above. Brooke said she was only in the downtown area and was not involved in any incident where a door was mistakenly kicked in, even though she matches the exact description of the female described in the burglary. Jeremy said he put out a message to a Facebook group about the door being kicked in. I then received a phone call from a male stating his name was Kenneth, an owner of Fugitive Apprehension Team out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Kenneth admitted to kicking a door into an apartment in Fargo looking for Derek. After kicking the door in, Kenneth said they had contact with a neighbor about kicking the door in and then left. The interaction with the neighbor is consistent with Mr. Neighbor's statement. Kenneth said he did not know the exact address, but would get back to me with the information. I have not heard back from him and have tried contacting him many times with no results. I found the company Kenneth works for on the internet and is named Fugitive Retrieval Services, unlike the name given by Kenneth. Okay, cool. And is named Fugitive Retrieval Service, unlike the name given by Kenneth, a fugitive apprehension team. Where was I? References to Kenneth are made on the Facebook page. I later found out the person who called me was Anthony Greeno, claiming to be Kenneth, trying to divert the investigation to another fugitive agency out of Oklahoma. At this point, I decided to go speak with Jeremy and Brooke at their apartments. Once again, they gave the same story as before and stated that they had nothing to do with the apartment door being kicked in. After leaving their apartments, I took a call from Anthony Greeno. Greeno stated he was in Fargo helping Northern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement. Greeno said he had nothing to do with the apartment door being kicked in and was downtown Fargo the whole night looking for fugitives. After speaking with Greeno, Dustin called me. Dustin said he has been working for Northern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement and had information regarding the apartment door being kicked in. Dustin said he, along with Anthony Greeno, Jeremy, Tanner, and Brooke, were all involved with the incident. Dustin said he was standing outside watching to see if anybody ran from the apartment exterior when he heard what he believed the door being kicked in. Dustin said he went to the target apartment door and saw it had been kicked in. Dustin said they all eventually went into the apartment and realized it was a bad address. Dustin said he later heard Greeno was the one who kicked the door in. Brooke's mother then called me, stating Brooke had just called her and admitted to being involved with the door being kicked down and then trying to cover it up. Brooke's mother stated Brooke would be calling me and explaining why she lied. Brooke later called me saying she was sorry and that she had lied and wanted to come clean with everything and her involvement. An interview at the police department was then set up with Brooke on October 14th of 2013. Shortly after talking with Brooke, Tanner and Anthony Greeno called me. They were together. After multiple calls back and forth, Tanner and Greeno admitted to being involved in the incident. Both Tanner and Greeno lied multiple times about any involvement with the door being kicked in. Eventually, they admitted to being there, trying to minimize their involvement and shifting blame to other people there. Tanner was adamant Jeremy kicked the door in. Greeno also placed blame on Jeremy. After further interview, Greeno admitted to kicking the door in. After Greeno admitted to kicking the door in, Tanner then agreed, stating he lied because he did not want to rat Greeno out. After I spoke with all the suspects, interviews were set up for 10/14/13 to get all statements on recording, whether over the phone or at the police department. Interviewed Brooke at the police department on October 14th. Brooke was recited the Miranda warning and agreed to speak with me. Brooke said they were looking for Nathaniel. Got 3 different names going on here. Brooke said they received the address of blank from a internet database called People Search. Lord. Brooke said Greeno kicked the door in after knocking a couple times. Said Greeno, Jeremy, Dustin, and Tanner all went into the apartment and she stayed outside. They realized that they had a bad address and left. Brooke claimed she tried to call the cops when leaving, but Greeno took the phone from her, telling her not to call the police. I asked the rest of the suspects if Greeno took the phone from Brooke, and none of them confirmed the story. Brooke later said she lied multiple times because Jeremy threatened to kill her daughter if anyone went to jail over this. Brooke said the conversation was just between her and Jeremy and no one else was there. The threat was not confirmed through this investigation. Interviewed Dustin over the phone on October 14, 2013. Like before, Dustin said him along with Jeremy, Brooke, Greeno, and Tanner were all in the apartment. Dustin said they had bad information and were obviously at the wrong apartment. Dustin said Greeno told everyone not to call in and report the incident. Dustin said they went downtown Fargo where Greeno and Tanner met with an officer, Officer Rene, and lied about their involvement. Dustin said a couple days after the incident, Jeremy told Dustin to make up a story if he was contacted by the police. Dustin stated he was on probation for domestic violation in Minnesota and wanted to be truthful as possible. Dustin said he is done bounty hunting and will be looking for a different career. Interviewed Tanner Olson over the phone on October 14th. Tanner said they were there looking for Nathaniel. Tanner said they had some confusion with confirming the address, and if there was confirmation was in the target apartment. Eventually, Tanner said Greeno ended up kicking the door in and they all went in. Tanner, Greeno, Jeremy, Dustin, and Brooke. Tanner admitted to lying and minimizing his involvement multiple times. Tanner said he was sorry and would be willing to pay for all expenses associated with the door and write an apology letter to the victim. So sweet. Rene Anthony Charles Greeno, Anthony Greeno, was interviewed at the police station on October 14th. Greeno was recited the Miranda warning and he agreed to speak with me. Greeno said he is a fugitive bounty hunter from South Carolina and came to Fargo to help out Northern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement. Greeno said when at the apartment, they were all standing at the door and Jeremy gave Greeno 100% confirmation that the fugitive was inside because he heard him. Greeno said he then kicked the door at Jeremy's request. Greeno stated he, Dustin, Brooke, Jeremy, and Tanner went into the apartment and soon realized they had a bad address. Greeno said they then went downtown Fargo, continued to look for fugitives. Greeno admitted to lying multiple times. Greeno also admitted to calling me using the fake name of Kenneth out of Tulsa, Oklahoma to divert the investigation away from their group. It should be noted, Greeno left multiple messages on my answer machine and texted me multiple times saying, I do not have time for your small town bullshit. Your warrants can't touch me where I am going. And my family works for the Marshal Service, and I know more people than you think. In previous phone conversations, Greeno and Tanner also tried using Jeremy's mental disability against him, trying to focus the blame on Jeremy. Greeno made comments such as, Jeremy's credibility is skewed if this went to a jury trial because he is mentally handicapped. This guy's such an asshole. Jeremy, was interviewed over the phone on October 15th. Jeremy said he is the boss of Northern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement operating out of Moorhead, Minnesota. He said he contacted Anthony Greeno to come to Fargo and look for fugitives. Jeremy said when Greeno arrived, he took control of how things were done and operated. Jeremy said they were looking for Nathaniel, and Brooke found information on an internet database called People Search pertaining to a possible address for Nathaniel. Jeremy said they went to the apartment and knocked on the door, announcing themselves as fugitive enforcement. Jeremy said nobody was coming to the door, and they did not have confirmation anybody was in the apartment, but Greeno kicked the door in. Jeremy said him, Greeno, Brooke, Tanner, and Dustin all went into the apartment. Jeremy said they realized they had a bad address and left. Jeremy admitted he lied multiple times to me about what happened, saying he was influenced by Greeno to lie. Jeremy said Greeno told him he would kill him if he told the cops, and every time he tried to call, Greeno would strangle him. Through the investigation, it is very clear Dustin, Anthony, Greeno, Jeremiah, Tanner, and Brooke all went into and without making multiple steps to confirm the address is all clear. Anthony Greeno kicked the door in. Every suspect besides Dustin lied to me multiple times. Prolonging this investigation into multiple weeks, multiple conversation, and multiple interviews. All final interviews were recorded and logged in the Laserfitch, along with the voicemails left by Anthony Greeno. Please consider charging Anthony Greeno, Brooke, Jeremiah, and Tanner with criminal trespass, a felony C, and false information to law enforcement officer, a Class A misdemeanor. Please charge Dustin with criminal trespass, felony C. How about that? Diverting an investigation. Interesting. Interesting indeed. On October 18th, 2018, this is the charging information. So I'm not going to read that. I'm just going to pull it up. So Cass County State Attorney charges that the above named defendants committed the following offense in Cass County, North Dakota: criminal trespass. That's count 1. And Rene Anthony Charles Greeno entered into Mrs. S' apartment without her permission after he kicked in her door. Count 2, false information to law enforcement. Interfered with an investigation and may have materially misled a law enforcement officer, to wit, and that on or about the above stated date, the defendant, Rene Anthony Charles Greeno, falsely reported to Fargo police officers that he was not involved in the break-in at Mrs. S.'s apartment. Count 3, criminal mischief. The defendant willingly damaged tangible property of another, to wit, that on or about the above stated date, the defendant, Rene Anthony Charles Greeno, kicked in and damaged the door to Mrs. S.'s apartment against the peace and dignity of the state of North Dakota. And we have December 24th of 2013. We have the sentencing hearing. That's pretty cool. I haven't had a transcript of this yet. I haven't seen one of these yet. But this is basically what's going on. Oh, I was at the end already. So the first 7 pages are advisement of rights. I'm not going to read all of that. So when your case is called, please step forward for your appearance. State of North Dakota versus Rene Anthony Charles Greeno. Mr. Brand, good morning, Your Honor. I'm anticipating a change of plea and joint recommendation with discussion over the fines and fees. And will these, the court, so the judge, and will these be pleas to the charges in the information? Mr. Brand, it will be amended, Your Honor. Mr. Urin, I'm assuming he's the prosecutor for the state. I do have an amended information, Your Honor. The court, okay, come forward. Mr. Urin. I hope it's pronounced different. And a proposed judgment. The court, So count 1 is being amended to criminal trespass in violation of North Dakota Century Code, which changes that to a Class A misdemeanor. And count 2 is the same, and count 3 is the same. Mr. Brand, that's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Urine, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay. Mr. Urine, so moved, Your Honor. The court, yes. And that motion is granted. Mr. Greeno, you had a chance to talk with your lawyer about all of this? Defendant, yes, sir. The court, okay. The count 1 is now criminal trespass. That's an A misdemeanor. How do you plead? Defendant, guilty, Your Honor. The court, count 2 is false information to law enforcement. That's an A misdemeanor. How do you plead? Defendant, guilty. The court, count 2 is false information to law enforcement. That's an A misdemeanor. How do you plead? Defendant, guilty. The court, count 3 is criminal mischief. That's a B misdemeanor. How do you plead? Guilty. The court, do you understand that by pleading guilty to these matters, it means that you are giving up all of those rights that you heard today, and that what you heard on other occasions, you've been here in court? Defendant, yes, sir. The court, has anybody threatened you or coerced you to enter into this guilty plea? Defendant, no, sir. The court, a factual basis, please. Mr. Erin, we're going to call him Erin. On September 29, 2013, at Avenue Circle, South Fargo, Cass County, police responded to victim, Mrs. S., came home and found damage to the outside door, went in and found her couch had been pulled away. There was some damage and so forth. In the course of their investigation, they determined that Mr. Greeno had been the person who had broken in and did not have permission to do so. He kicked in the door. He falsely reported to police intentionally that he had not been involved in the matter, and again caused damage to the door at her apartment. The court, Mr. Greeno, do you agree with all of that? Defendant, yes, sir. The court, okay. The court finds that there is a sufficient factual basis for these pleas of guilty, and the pleas are freely and voluntarily made. Mr. Erin, Your Honor, count 1, we are recommending 1 year. First to serve 45 days of the Cass County Sheriff, 1 year of unsupervised probation, credit for 45 days, concurrent with counts 2 and 3. They've got standard conditions of probation for unsupervised probation. Your Honor, a $300 legislative fee, $35 public defender fee, $175.85 in restitution. Count 2 is 45 days straight time with the Cass County Sheriff, credit for 45 days again, concurrent with counts 1 and 2. Count 3 is 30 days with the Cass County Sheriff, credit for 45 days, concurrent with count 1 and 2, Your Honor. The court, okay. And this is what you were expecting, Mr. Brand. Mr. Brand, yes, Your Honor. One slight thing. My client was arrested on October 22nd, so it's been longer than 45 days. I think my client knows the exact amount of days. The court, do you know the exact time you've been incarcerated? Add it up yourself. Like, why are you going to trust him? Defendant, yes, sir. 64 days today. Mr. Brand, yeah, that sounds about right from what we talked about before, Your Honor. Mr. Ewan, I would have no objection to that, Your Honor. Mr. Brand, and then the only other thing I would raise, Your Honor, is the fines and fees. My client actually has an outstanding hold right now in the state of Indiana. He is indigent. I don't think he is going to be able to afford the fines and fees. As for the restitution, I've spoken with friends and family of Mr. Greeno's, and they've assured me that restitution can be paid within 1 to 2 months. I would not. No, I would not. I'd be like, handle that yourself. Figure it out. They can send the check up and get the matter taken care of. But as of for the fines and fees, we'd ask that those be waived. I would not do that either. Other than that, it is a joint recommendation, Your Honor. The court, and so, Mr. Erin, we can still do on the first count 1 year, serve 45 and credit for 64, or do you have him have to serve the 64 and credit for 64? Mr. Erin, should be serving and credit. Yes. The court. Yes, I think so too. Mr. Erin, and the other two don't. The court. And count 2 is a misdemeanor. We can do 64 days of straight time on that one as well. And then the third one would be the same. Mr. Brand, right. Mr. Erin, correct, Your Honor. The court. Okay, Mr. Greeno, anything you wish to say before I pronounce the sentence in this matter? And of course he does. Defendant, yes, sir. I do have a statement that I've written. The court. Okay, go ahead. Defendant, yes, sir. My last 2 months in jail here have been quite the experience. Not all of it has been bad. A lot of good has come from this. During my incarceration here in North Dakota, I've had time to reflect on myself. I should try to read like him, prepare my family for the future and meet some interesting people. And overall, I was really able to get a better understanding of my job as a fugitive recovery agent. It is now my firm belief that any person acting on behalf of the criminal judicial system that has the authority to arrest or incarcerate another being should really have to go through a brief incarceration themselves as part of their training. I believe that this should be done so that they get a better understanding of both sides of this business as well. Not every inmate in jail is bad. Many of them are very good people who have made a mistake. Still using that all the way back then. In my career in the bail bonds business, I don't even know how they kept a straight face when he was speaking. Let's be real. In my career in the bail bonds business, I've arrested thousands of people, murderers, child molesters, and people that are real danger to our society. Being in jail made me realize the reality of unfair treatment that maybe I have imposed on others. On behalf of the Northern and Southern Bounty Crew, I sincerely apologize to the citizens of Fargo, and I would like the court and everyone else to know that upon my release from incarceration, I will proudly put I will proudly put on my uniform and badge and continue my job in a professional. I'm sorry. It's freaking funny. Like, let's read that again. And I would like the court and everyone else to know that upon my release from incarceration, I will proudly put on my uniform and badge and continue to do my job in a professional manner. Thank you. Gosh. The court. Thank you, Mr. Greeno. Oh, my word. Okay, so I think this is just that was the tidbit that I really just, you just needed to hear that. And this is, the sentence, and they, I think the rest of it is just the basically concurrent means you serve them all inside of each other, so you actually just get 64 days, and he was let out that day. Here she goes. Professor Pug. Yeah, Anna. Not looking like it. I don't think him writing a letter to read to the judge in Carroll County is going to do him a lick of good. Bail bonds business, I know. I was checking out chat, make sure everything's going well. Urine. Okay, thanks, Dandelion. I never said I was good at pronouncing. Remember, I didn't go to school till 8th grade. Yeah, Professor Pug. Control, control, control. Hey, Lake. How are you? Professor Pug, thank you so much for the super chat. Is that a laughing cat or a crying cat? But thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Barbara. Oh, no, you reported me? Share? I thought you were my friend. I'm just kidding. You're welcome, Polygraph. All's behaved and giggling. Okay, good. Yeah, but the meaning of the name Urine is scoundrel. Can't make up this stuff. Oh, that's pretty great. Okay, so that is all we're gonna read. So certified, like I'm not trickery. There's no trickery here. All I did was edit out any names because there's no need for me to. Even the defendants. All of their first names were super common, so good luck trying to find them. But they're named in the papers, I'm sure, but that's not what I'm about. I don't like it, and I don't think anyone should do it. I don't care if it's done to me. It doesn't give me the right to do that to other people. There are times when you're doing this and you miss one and then you correct it. But when anyone does that, that should be a red flag for you. It really should. It doesn't matter what other people do to you. You cannot control that, but you can control what you do in response. And because someone doxes you or says something about you that you don't like, I have been accused of all kinds of stuff. I have been accused of knowing too much about Delphi a long time ago. Like, I've been accused of being 4 different accounts. I've been accused of being the Facebook pages. I've been accused of being in a relationship with Greeno. I've been accused of, you name it. Like, you know what? It does not give me a right. We're not 5. When someone acts badly towards me, it doesn't give me the right to do the same back. That is a justification and an excuse for you to act the way that you want to act because you want revenge. And that's not true crime world. That shouldn't be here. So whenever you see anyone using that as, but they did this to me, then you know to put up just a little red flag. Trust me, this world is super frustrating for YouTubers, like creators. It is madness, I tell you. It's madness. So I understand when it gets to be too much and it gets the better of good creators. Good creators will come back and apologize for that action. Good creators won't continually do that over and over and over again. Doxing is misunderstood. Do we have, what Greeno did to me through his 6 employees, that's doxing, because I don't use my real name online. He put my full name, my telephone number, my address on his YouTube channel. And then he came back and he admitted that he did that. He's the one to blame for that. Okay. I just want to set that straight. If I wanted to, I could have doxed all of those people and put them on my channel. The name that was on there would be one. And then I know that his girlfriend runs the page. So I could have done that right back. But is that right? Is that the right thing to do? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You just, sometimes people suck and you don't get to retaliate. That's like what we teach our children not to do. So just try to avoid that. And, I'm sorry. I have to say this. It's not, and I struggle with it all week. I'm just going to be real honest. I don't like Sleuth. I don't think me and him are ever going to be big buds, I'm not a fan of the dude. I don't like a lot. And that is perfectly fine. He probably doesn't like me. And he said some things. I've said some things. And but accusing someone did dox him. And they put out his real name, and then someone else came in and used that against him, because he accused them of being the one that gave out his information to other people. Like I said, our tempers get the better of us. We're only human. And again, I said, I don't care for Sleuth. I just don't. He's just not my cup of tea. Okay. Like, that's fine. Everybody can have their opinion. I am not going to be upset at anyone that does. Like, that's ridiculous. You can go and watch and like whoever the hell you want to, as long as you come here and you're respectful. And, with that said, I do not like what was done to him. That is not okay. It's not okay. And that's just the kind of person I am. And when someone uses his name on YouTube, is Sleuth Intuition. It is not his real name. That should be respected. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, back to this. Where was I at? Okay, charging information. On December 24th, 2014, sentencing hearing. Advisement of rights, page 1 through 6. Plea hearing, I need to just see. So, line. No, I read that. No, this is the. Wait. Yeah, I read that. Okay. So now we're on to his. This is just like the sentencing, documents of just kind of summarizing, what happened in the hearing. Basically, it's not really that important. But, I think it's cool to look at court documents. I like to study them and understand them. And then, once you do it for one case, then it applies to everything else that you look into. Hey, Philip, how are you? Hey, Monica. Yeah, he shouldn't have. He should not have, but that's the kind of person he is, and I'm not going to be that kind of person. Hey, Cynthia. How are you? All right, everything good? Hi, Daisy. Glad you're here. All right. Let's see. This says, so it's got his criminal trespass. It's got all three of his filings there. And then, so 1 year, 64 days, 1 year unsupervised probation. He got credit for time served, concurrent with 2 and 3. So again, concurrent means you can serve the sentences inside of each other, meaning like consecutive means you have to serve them one right after another. So it would be 64 times 3 or 4. But that's not what happened. So he's out in 64 days. And there's his fees. And somebody else, of course, had to pay his restitution, per usual. It's further ordered in the court order pre-sentence investigation in this case, the defendant shall pay $50 to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation pursuant the code, the North Dakota code. Is further ordered if the defendant has been convicted after July 31st, 2005 of any felony offenses, then the defendant shall, as an additional condition of probation and as a separate order of the court at the defendant's cost, submit to testing and provide a sample of blood and or other bodily fluids to the North Dakota Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation at the Cass County Sheriff for DNA law enforcement identification purposes, inclusion in law enforcement identification databases pursuant North Dakota code. It is further ordered the clerk of this court deliver a copy of this judgment and commitment to sheriff and or other appropriate officers as a commitment of the defendant. Terms of disposition. And I mean, this is just basically the same. He pled guilty. Again, he says that he's falsely accused all the time. Just remember how many we're racking up, people. Racking up a lot of these. But he has pled guilty to all of them, which means that he has admitted that he did them. So he's, again, a liar. Hey, Kaleidoscope, how are you? And that one is that. Notice of detention, fugitive from justice. A fugitive from justice. Please take notice that you are a fugitive from justice in violation of Chapter 2930.3 of the North Dakota Century Code, in that on or about December 21st, 2013, you were in this state and you were the subject of another state's arrest warrant issued for either the commission of a crime punishable by death or imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year, 2, escape from confinement, or 3, violations of any term of bail, probation, parole, and or arising out of a criminal proceeding, to wit, that on or about said date, you, Rene Anthony Charles Greeno, were found and apprehended in Cass County, North Dakota, pursuant to a warrant issued for your arrest in Tippecanoe County in the state of Indiana, because you are alleged to have committed the offenses of domestic battery and theft. So he basically got let out, and then he got told, but you're not going anywhere. You're going to be here waiting for Tippecanoe County to come pick your ass up. And then he's got a pro se, which means that he is acting as his own lawyer. Oh, I already read that one. How did that happen? Oh, there we go. So this is dated January 9th, 2014. Motion to destroy. Comes now defendant Rene A.C. Greeno and respectfully moves the Honorable Court to destroy the DNA sample that was taken from the said defendant at the Cass County Jail on October 22nd, 2013. Reasons for this motion are as follows. This is a pro se movement. Gaslight you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll let you know when there's a lot more. I'll let you know. I'll probably have you read some of the articles if that's okay with you. Where was I at? Number 1, on October 22nd, 2013, the defendant was arrested or on cause number and booked into the Cass County Jail in Fargo, North Dakota. On said mentioned date, Officer Matthew Iverson collected a DNA swab sample from the defendant. Number 2, the reason a DNA sample was collected is because the defendant was initially charged with a Class C felony, to wit, criminal trespass. On December 24th, 2013, the charge was amended to a Class A misdemeanor, and the case was resolved. The above mentioned case is now closed. Therefore, the defendant was not convicted of a felonious crime in that matter, and according to the rights of the defendant, the court has a duty to grant this request and issue an order, all caps, commanding the state of North Dakota to destroy the DNA sample of the defendant without delay and submit proof to the court and said Rene Anthony Charles Greeno. Upon doing so, the clerk should return a copy of this motion and the court's response. Respectfully, Anthony Greeno. Currently at the Cass County Jail, mail copies to him there as well. He's back in South Carolina. I don't know what that means. Cass County is North Dakota. Okay. And every defendant, that is true. If you are, the laws changed, at least in Indiana, to where if you commit a felony, they take your DNA. And then if that felony is then pled down, I'm not sure that I agree with it, but it is the law. It's in its code. And so you have the right to petition the court to have your DNA destroyed and removed from databases because you're not convicted of a felony. I need to look into those laws because it might be that it doesn't matter anymore, but I'm not sure. I'll have to double check on that. But at this time, at least, he has that right. It is, we like our rights because I like my rights, I just think it's funny that he's trying to tell everybody that he submitted his DNA to Jed Match. Like, come on, he never did that. Come on. I mean, that's what I don't think he did. He's trying to get he went to all this trouble to write his big letter and get his DNA removed from the database in North Dakota. So I highly doubt that the sovereign citizen Rene is going to put his DNA into Jed Match. Like, come on, let's be real. He wanted to make money, and he was using Delphi to do that again. So these next ones are, this one's a lot, but I'm not going to read all of it. Hey, Del Bell, how are you? Yeah, you'll see and they got to get through this, and then that comes next in the timeline. But so this is basically governor to governor. So the governor of North Dakota is letting the judicial system know that he has received a letter from Governor Pence in Indiana that they have their fugitive is in their custody. So that's what that is. So Governor, I can't read that. Governor Jack of North Dakota. And then this is from to represents me in documents duly authenticated by the governor of the state of Indiana that Rene Anthony Greeno is alleged to have committed the crime of escape, committed in the county of Tippecanoe, and is a fugitive from justice and has taken refuge in North Dakota, or has committed an act resulting in a crime in the demanding state and is now in North Dakota. The governor of the demanding state has, pursuant to Constitution and laws of the United States, demanded of me that I cause this fugitive to be arrested and delivered to the agent authorized by the state of Indiana to return this fugitive to the demanding state. I hereby authorize and command in the name of the state of North Dakota that you immediately take into your custody under this warrant this fugitive, and that you command the aid of peace officers in the execution of this warrant, and you deliver this fugitive to the above named agent for return to the above demanding state. I require that you comply with the provisions of North Dakota Century Code 29-30.3 through 13. Governor Jack, North Dakota. Office of the Attorney General, John Byers, Assistant Attorney General. Interstate rendition of Rene Anthony Greeno. Dear Mr. Byers, the requisition and agent commission for the above fugitive are enclosed. The defendant is believed to be in custody of authorities in Cass County, North Dakota. If these papers are honored by the state, please have your local authorities call Patrick Harrington. He is a judge in Courthouse 4 in Lafayette when the defendant is available for release. When all proceedings in your state have concluded, please return any papers and information to Extradition's Office of Attorney General, Indiana Government Center, and enlist their address. This is signed by Henry Flores. State of Indiana Executive Department Requisition. It appears by the attached papers, which I certify to be authentic and to be duly authenticated, and the charges of crimes in accordance with the laws, that Rene Anthony Greeno, hereafter defendant, stands charged with by information affidavit pending in Tippecanoe County, Indiana, for the crime of escape, committed while personally present therein, and thereafter fled the state of Indiana, and is having been shown to be that the defendant has taken refuge in the state of North Dakota. This is signed by Governor Michael Pence. And so then he's saying, no provisions have been made for the payment by the state of any expenses. Here is the application to the governor of Indiana. You are respectfully requested to issue a requisition for the apprehension and rendition of Rene Anthony Greeno, who stands charged by information affidavit pending in Tippecanoe County Court 5 with the crime of escape in violation. After serving a partial sentence for the underlying convictions of domestic battery in violation of the code, theft, and residential entry, but who has since the commission of the crime charge fled to the jurisdiction of the state of Indiana and is now a fugitive from justice and is now located in the state of North Dakota, county of Cass, city of Fargo. 1. The fugitive was personally present in this county when the above listed crimes were committed. Number 2, in my opinion, the ends of justice require that the fugitive be returned to this state and county for trial. Number 3, the facts stated in the attached information, the affidavits, which is by reference made a part hereof, are true and correct. I believe that sufficient evidence can and will be produced in the prosecution of the fugitive to secure conviction of the crime charged. I herewith present a duly certified copy of the original warrant and information and affidavit upon which the above charges are found. I nominate Sheriff Tracy Brown, Captain Charles Williams, and his agents of Tippecanoe County, who have no personal interest in the arrest of the fugitive, as the proper persons to be appointed and commissioned by you as agent of the state of Indiana to receive the fugitive when he shall be apprehended and to bring him to this state and county to stand trial. The requisition of the fugitive is not sought for the purpose of collecting a debt or enforcing a civil remedy or answering to any private ends whatsoever, nor shall the criminal proceedings when the fugitive is returned be used for any such purposes. I, Kristen McVeigh, after being duly sworn upon my oath, depose and say that the representations contained in the above application are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief. And this is an affidavit of identification. It has him as a white male, 5'10", definitely not, 160 pounds in his dreams, brown hair, brown eyes, born January 5th, 1986. And this is his op center. Must be something that they can get. I wish I could. But this is his one of his many intake pictures, or I don't think he doesn't have a driver's license, so I don't know. Operator's license, maybe like your personal identification when you don't have a driver's license, something like that. His employer is Greeno Productions, which is hilarious. He has some alerts. Violent. And he is known to trespass. He has no scars, marks, or tattoos on record. And here we go. There's 12 pages to this OP Center. He has 10 warrants, 13 arrests, 26 incidents, 1 citation, other 40. Jail, 7. Remember what year this was in. Well, this was in 2000. Well, if this says 2009, but this is page 12 and it ends at 2010. Just let that sink in. Page 12, 2010. This is his work release, like what he was supposed to do, and then he just like bailed out. He may be found in your bailiwick, so that you have his or her body brought before the judge of Tippecanoe County Institor, then and there to answer to the state of Indiana on the charge of escape. Warrant order issued. So this is basically his warrant. He has a $5,000 surety only. Bench warrant. You are hereby commanded to arrest Rene A. Greeno from the address of Tippecanoe County Community Corrections work release. May be found in your bailiwick, same thing. And then he's the $10,000 surety only. And this is just certifications. And this is the information of escape. The prosecuting attorney for the 23rd Judicial Circuit of State of Indiana informs that on or about August 6th of 2010, now remember, he was apprehended the first time in South Carolina, and they just let him go in 2013. And then he was arrested again in North Dakota in 2013. So 3 years basically on the run. Rene Anthony Greeno did knowingly and intentionally fail to return to lawful detention following temporary leave granted for a special purpose or limited period. I don't know what that is. It could have just been to go to work at Dollar General. All of which is contrary to the form of the statute in such cases, blah, blah, blah. And I can't read any of that, but I think it says his charges: theft, residential entry, and domestic battery. Affidavit of probable cause. Being duly sworn upon their oath states that he or she is an investigator with the Lafayette Police Department, that he has estimated the reports filed by Michael Taylor at the TCC work release that state, among other things, that he investigated Rene A. Greeno on August 6th for the offenses of escape, as more fully set forth in the reports, copies of which are attached here too. Affidavits believe the information and statements provided by Officer Michael Taylor are credible and reliable, and such statements and information were based upon firsthand knowledge of the incidents recounted in such statements. I wish I was going to give those. I would like to have the attachments. This is the state's motion to commit defendant to Tippecanoe County Jail or Department of Corrections for service of remaining executed sentence. So remember all of his pro se's over the last part 5. Like you break your probation, then you have to serve the remaining of your sentence in jail. So defendant's arrest and hold defendant without bond until a hearing can be held on this matter to determine where defendant shall serve the remainder of the executed sentence previously ordered in this case. And this is the TCCC letting them know that he's non-compliant. So here's the general information on specific information. On June 10th, 2010, Anthony Greeno started the Tippecanoe County Community Correction Work Release Program and continued on until August 6th of 2010 until he failed to return to lawful in detention. Anthony Greeno was due back to work release at 2,200 hours on August 6, 2010 from his place of employment, Dollar General, for which he has failed to return. All of Anthony Greeno's contacts, along with all of the local hospitals, were checked, and his whereabouts could not be located. Anthony Greeno completed 58 days together with the like amount of good time credit for a total of 116 days, leaving a balance of 784 actual days remaining on his executed sentence. Anthony Greeno currently owes $614.45 in user fees to the work release program. They didn't get that. Tippecanoe County Community Correction is requesting that a no bond warrant be issued for the arrest of Anthony Greeno for failure to return to lawful detention. Requesting Anthony Greeno serve the remaining executed portion of his sentence in the Indiana Department of Corrections. And it is signed by Michael Taylor. And then we read all of these in part 5. These are his charging, like his sentencing and all of that. So that's that. And then on February 3rd, 2014, state's response to defendant's motion to destroy DNA sample. State does not object because his felony charge was pled to a misdemeanor. Quote, Law 31-13-07, the defendant has the right to have his DNA sample expunged, and the state does not oppose this request. This, of course, does not affect any samples that were collected in other states and kept in the CODIS database. On February 7, 2014, defendant's request to destroy DNA sample is granted and assigned by Judge Stephen Marquette. And then I have pulled some articles. This is newspapers.com. This is when they broke in the wrong door. It's short. Bounty hunter from South Carolina arrested Fargo. Police in Fargo say they've arrested a bounty hunter who lied about breaking down the wrong person's store during a hunt for a fugitive. 27-year-old Rene Anthony Charles Greeno of Summerville, South Carolina, was taken into custody Tuesday, days after an arrest warrant was issued for him. Court documents state Greeno and 4 other people kicked in the wrong apartment door in September during their search for a man who skipped bail. Start to leave some of these. I don't like that when they get all up there. Ugh. It's like, I don't know. It's just a thing. Oh, hit something wrong. Bounty hunter arrested. Can't remember what these are. But, like he loves to make the paper. So I just thought I would give him that, like he's made the paper, you guys. Woohoo. Hopefully I'm going to be able to zoom. This one was actually pretty good, and it's got some good information in it. Bounty hunter behind bars. Alleged fake hunter producer pleads guilty to misdemeanor charges. Somerville resident Rene Anthony Greeno bills himself as a bounty hunter and television producer who is bringing a reality show about his exploits to the small screen. But while Greeno boasts online about his proficiency in tracking down fugitives, he has a criminal record of his own and is wanted in the state of Indiana on an escape from custody charge, court records show. Greeno, 27, could not be reached for comment Thursday. That's because he has spent the past 2 months behind bars in Fargo, North Dakota, where he was arrested in October for reportedly breaking down the wrong door during a fugitive hunt. Greeno pleaded guilty Tuesday to 3 misdemeanor charges related to the incident and was sentenced to 64 days in jail, the amount of time he had spent locked up since his arrest. But before he can get out, he must face an extradition proceeding to see if he will be compelled to return to Indiana. He was. Stop that. Where he pleaded guilty to domestic battery and theft charging in 2010. Court records show. Greeno has spent much of the past year filming and producing Southern Bounty, a reality TV show based on his escapades as leader of a fugitive enforcement team. Video promos posted on YouTube show Greeno dressed in tactical gear, kicking in doors, taking down fugitives, and posing in front of the Cooper River Bridge and the Yorktown. The clips promote an upcoming debut on Fox 24. And Greeno has a photo of himself behind a WTAT-TV Fox 24 vehicle as his Facebook profile picture. Of course he does. The station's general manager, Mary Margaret Nelms, said Fox 24 never had plans to air the show. They are actually using our logo without permission, and we have asked them to take it down, she said. The Facebook page for Southern Bounty also lists Charleston Police as a sponsor of the television show. But police spokesperson Charles Francis said that is definitely not the case. Phil Summers, a local actor and videographer who worked with Greeno on Southern Bounty this year, said Greeno seemed to have a good concept, but it didn't go anywhere. As for the footage of Greeno tracking and taking down fugitives, that was all scripted and done with actors, he said. There was no actual real bounty hunting involved, he said. That was totally staged. The doors they were kicking in weren't even legitimately closed, well, except for that one. On a company website, Greeno is listed as a former police officer and jailer who is a modern day version of a real bounty hunter. What the hell is that? Is a modern day version of a real bounty hunter? What the fork? The site states that he is the owner of Southern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement and Southern Bounty Bail Bonding, LLC, in Charleston. I've caught over 5,000 fugitives, and currently right now there is no one I haven't caught, Greeno told a Fargo television station in an early October interview. Now remember, Bill Summers, it's like none of it was, they were all fake, okay? So just licensing issues. Neither Southern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement nor Southern Bounty Bail is registered with the South Carolina Secretary of State office, nor is his Greeno Productions film company. On Facebook, he lists himself as a producer and director with the film company and an actor whose credits include a Jerry Springer Show episode and a college production of Peter Pan. The State Department of Insurance, which licenses bail bondsmen, does not list Greeno or his companies as being licensed in that field. Southern Bounty bail bonding isn't listed in the phone book, but a t-shirt featured on Facebook shows a number to call. The woman who answered a call to that number Thursday, bail bondsman Christina De La Rosa, said she has no affiliation with Greeno and he used her number without permission. Greeno's Facebook page also states that he is a former bail bondsman bounty hunter for Mark Montgomery Bail Bonds in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But company owner Mark Montgomery said Greeno never worked there. Ken Harris, owner of Fugitive Retrieval Services in Oklahoma, said he invited Greeno to train with his company a while back after they became Facebook friends in 2011. Greeno talked about his reality TV plans and said he'd worked to 5 years as a bounty hunter. Quote, the times that we went out with him, it occurred to me that he didn't have the experience that he claimed he had, Harris said. Now, you do remember the name Kenneth, right? I took Harris off because I feel morally like I wanted to do that. This is a newspaper article. So what did Greeno do to get revenge on Kenneth Harris? He tried to set him up to take the fall for the kicking in of the door. Where did I leave off? Quote, the times that he went out with him, it occurred to me that he didn't have the experience that he claimed he had, Harris said. We'd show up somewhere, he'd jump out of the vehicle and run right up to the house. Stuff like that will get you killed. We do things as a team. There's a lot of surveillance. It's a watch and wait kind of game. He was a danger to himself and others. That's also made me question his license. Harris said he called South Carolina officials and learned that Greeno not only lacked a valid license, his company, Southern Bounty, didn't exist anywhere in the state. That just blew my mind, said Harris, who cut ties with Greeno. Lenny Biggers, a bail bondsman and private investigator with Renegade Fugitive Investigations in Muskogee, Oklahoma, said, Greeno also approached him a couple of years ago looking for work. Biggers, who has 30 years of experience in the business, said he picked up on a few red flags right away. Quote, Greeno was a young kid wanting to break into this business, but he really didn't know what he was doing. Bigger said he was telling me he arrested more than 10,000 people in about 4 years. There's no way. We may make probably 30 arrests a year. That's it. It's not like we have 30 cases a day to work on. Northern exposure. State law enforcement division's records show that Greeno was convicted in August of 2011, charging violation South Carolina bail bondsman law. Remember that. Details about the initial arrest in that case, which occurred in Somerville, were not available Thursday due to the police department's records office being closed for the Christmas holidays. Southern Bounty promo states that the show was supposed to begin airing locally in October. The same month, Greeno was arrested in North Dakota. He was there hunting fugitives and working on a Northern Bounty reality show. His Greeno Productions Facebook page stated, Greeno and 4 others were accused of kicking in a Fargo woman's apartment door in late September while searching for a wanted man who wasn't there. The former news shoop boop boop lost it. We already know all that. So the forum reported that Greeno had been warned by Fargo police that he could face charges there for operating as a bounty hunter without a license. Remember how he always likes to tell everybody, you don't need a license? You don't need a license. I need that. South Carolina and North Dakota, Indiana, and all the other states that I've checked. He is not allowed to be a bounty hunter, and he's not allowed to wear a policeman's uniform or anything that looks like one either. We've already know all of those. So yeah, isn't that a great article? It's just a really good one. It's a really good one. It's really let you know. This one's short. It's just all the articles I could find, you know. Bounty hunter gets time served. A self-styled bounty hunter who spent 64 days in jail for breaking down the wrong door in a hunt for a fugitive in Fargo has pleaded guilty to 3 misdemeanor charges and sentenced to time served. Rene, Greeno, 27, of Somerville, South Carolina, pled guilty Tuesday to criminal trespass, giving false information to law enforcement, and criminal mischief. Judge Stephen Marquette gave Greeno credit for the time he spent in jail following the September incident. Greeno and 4 others were accused of kicking in a Fargo woman's apartment door while they were searching for a wanted man. Court documents said Greeno and members of his team lied to Fargo investigators about breaking into the woman's apartment. So the local Journal and Courier. Rene A. Greeno, 28, Somerville, South Carolina, escaped from lawful detention and wanted on a warrant. I bet this is the one that's like gonna not let me read it, but we'll try. But I definitely do recommend. It's in the show notes. You go watch. I'm like literally gonna have to subscribe. Let's see. Hold on. I thought I had this one somewhere else. Bounty hunters nationwide relieved. Hold on. Let me see if it's here first. that 2013? Let's just see if it pulls up. Bummer. Hey, Faye. Hey, Christopher. How are you? Health inspector. Hello. Keep it Southern line, y'all. Faye. Hey, William. How are you? Yep. Yeah, he will. As hopefully it's very small, and hopefully we have an army to warn them and not just me. You know, like there's just some things, you know, you got to stand for something. And I think it's Martin Niemöller. It's one of my favorite thing. Like I live by it. You know, I literally have parts of it tattooed on myself. You know, also Fazilio. You got to know what you stand on. And that way you don't fall for other things, but knowing where you stand, you can be firm in that. And then you can also, you know, but like his, I think it was more of like a kind of a poem, but it's basically, first they came for, you know, the socialists. I was not a socialist, and so I did not fight for them. And then they came for the unionists, and I was not a unionist, so I did not fight for them. And then they came for da 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 da. And then the end it says, and then they came for me, and there was no one left to fight for me. That's powerful. Because eventually, you know, people that want to claim, you know, like, oh, that's not my fight, that's not my business, that's not my problem. You're lame. Because it is. This is, if you truly value this community and you want to show respect to the families that's children, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, aunts, uncles have been murdered, then you do need to stand up and fight against people like him, because he is a stain on the community and he makes everyone else look bad, just like the bail bondsmen that all got together and stood up. And that's why I want to read it. So I'm going to be right back and I'm going to get this subscription and we're going to read it. It better be good. You guys want to hear some music while I go find it? No, you can't hear it. All right. Well, you just have to wait. Can you hear me? Yeah, he's just an escaper. He's a what? Whoa, hold on. Oh, thank you, health inspector. Oh my word. I swear I just saw escaped again. Let's clarify that. Hopefully he's not. It's, you know, hopefully that is because he's escaped twice. Well, he didn't escape from detention this time. Like, he just went on the run before they called him in on his warrant. But yeah. So I'm gonna go and get this article. I'll be right back, guys. Talk amongst yourself for a minute. It gets more expensive after that. What happened? Are you okay, crime? Oh. Refresh your screen, Professor Pug. Which one was it? We can't watch the video or I'll get a copyright claim, so it better not play. Bounty hunters across the nation expressed relief Tuesday when a South Carolina man who calls himself a bounty hunter was arrested in West Fargo after allegedly breaking down the door. Did I seriously just read this on newspapers? No, I didn't. Hunting for a fugitive, then lying to police about it. Ever since the first airing of Dog the Bounty Hunter, there have been so many yahoos out there saying, "Hey, I'm going to jump in. It looks like fun," said Lenny Biggers, a bail bondsman and private investigator with Renegade Fugitive Investigations in Muskogee, Oklahoma. Rene, Anthony, Charles Greeno, and the rest of his crew. Marshal Service High Plains Fugitive Task Force and the Cass County Drug Task Force on Cass County felony warrants for criminal trespass. Greeno was found hiding in a bathroom behind a shower curtain. Greeno was charged in Cass County District Court with criminal trespass, a felony C, misdemeanor counts. We know all that. And then it lists the other person's charges. Biggers said his involvement with Greeno began 2.5 years ago when the self-styled bounty hunter came to him asking for a job. A background check revealed Greeno to be a fugitive himself, Biggers said. Biggers said he and other fugitive recovery experts were so concerned about Greeno's publicizing himself as a bounty hunter, several of them offered to pay the state of Indiana to transport costs if they would issue a national warrant for his arrest. Remember that Bad Boys bail bondsman that I read from last part 5? Yeah. Biggers said he is a psycho, in quotes. The Cass County warrants were issued Friday after prosecutors allege Greeno, along with 4 others, including Olson, kicked in a Fargo woman's apartment door in late September while they were searching for a male fugitive. Greeno and his team didn't find the man, but their search did lead them to Jessica Jones, who was wanted on drug possession and weapons charges. Court documents filed in the case state Greeno, Olson, and 2 others working for bounty hunters, both of Moorhead, allegedly lied repeatedly to Fargo investigators about breaking in the woman's apartment. Those 2 faced charges for the same things that he did. According to court documents, during an investigation by Fargo police, told police they wanted to come clean about the case, but that Greeno had threatened to kill them and their family members if anyone was jailed in the case. Were also arrested. 5th wanted bounty hunter turned himself in. Was charged with trespass. Man identified himself as Greeno, left voicemail messages at the forum late Monday and early Tuesday saying he was innocent until proven guilty and intended to take the matter to trial. He also disputed Fargo Police Lieutenant Joel Vettle's statement that North Dakota requires a license for people to carry out fugitive recovery. No one in the state of North Dakota needs to be licensed as a bounty hunter. That's a quote, said the message. Quote, they are wrong if they think I am going to leave the city of Fargo. Vettel said Fargo police had made it clear to Greeno that if he continued to operate in the city, he would be charged for operating without a license. Quote, we have evidence that what he attempts to do in other jurisdictions is not in accordance with the law, Vettel said. Biggers said the conduct alleged in the criminal complaint against Greeno is something other industry professionals deplore. Quote, kicking doors down and acting like he was a police officer, that's not how we do things here, said Biggers. who added that fugitive recovery workers must follow the laws of each individual state in which they operate. They are required to have bail papers on them when they take in a fugitive, Biggers said, and often must secure a governor's warrant first. Biggers said Greeno is an example of the problem that's recently been plaguing his industry, as more people are drawn to bounty hunting by the proliferation of reality shows on the subject. Their tenuous grasp of the legal requirements of the job is damaging to the profession's reputation, the public, and with law enforcement, he said. Quote, if people like Greeno continue, it's going to put us out of business, end quote, Biggers said. If we end up in a dangerous situation, we're going to pick up the phone and call police, and they're going to laugh at us, end quote. Matt Filipenko of Fargo-based Filipenko Films production company said he was hired by Greeno to produce promotional videos for a reality show for a Charleston, South Carolina Fox TV affiliate that Greeno told him he starred in. The company signed a contract and shot several hours worth of video, which included fake firearms and actors posing as fugitives, Filipenko said. But when Filipenko began to hear that Greeno was facing arrest warrants out of other states, he pulled the plug on the shoot and on working with Greeno. Filipenko doesn't believe there's a TV show either. Quote, just a Fruit Loop, he said. Or said Greeno's publicity seeking was also a red flag for him. Initially, he said Greeno and his team contacted the U.S. Marshal Service with information about a fugitive in Fargo they said they found, on the condition that they be allowed to publicize their business when the person was arrested. Quote, that's not something we do, Orr said. He also said self-styled bounty hunters like Greeno can create safety risks for his marshals and other legitimate law enforcement agents. Quote, when people like this are operating, it puts everyone on edge, he said. Things can go wrong. Totally worth it. So again, he's a liar. Hey, True Crime Maria. How are you? Glad you're here. Hey, Tech Hippie. How's it going? Did I miss anything else? Uh-oh. What's going on? Hi, Irish. How are you? Oh, you can always watch the replay. You're gonna wanna. It's been a good one tonight. This guy, like, I'm sorry, it's like, I'm not trying to like make it's an oxymoron. It's horribly funny. It's laughable and it's scary and it's absolutely ridiculous and it makes me angry and it also makes me laugh because of the outlandishness of it, like it's absolutely outlandish. And this is why I'm doing what I'm doing, like he's going to get out and he's going to start lying and he's been peddling these same lies. You all know how many times he shows that he's a reality TV star. He uses that to get women. Like he's just a liar. He lies. It's all a facade and a lie. How many times have I said, like, if he would just be half of the person that he pretends to be, and he actually put that time into being a better person, he'd probably be okay. He'd probably be an okay person. But no, he puts all of this time into being a bad person. Like a lot of time. He creates fake videos. He does the promos for people that never asked for them to try to make himself look legitimate. The captain, he didn't ask him for no promo. Do you think Incognito Society asked him for a promo? Hell no. Do you think Dog the Bounty Hunter asked him for a promo? He don't even know who he is. And then his promos and his footage that he has, it was never a show. And it was never going to be a show. Like, he paid for himself. I could have, if I wanted to have a reality TV show that's going to air on a channel that you pay them to air your show, then I could. Me and my friends could get together, go run around like yahoos, and do exactly what they did in that video. Anybody can do it. Like, it's all fake. It's fake. Lord. Man of Many Tales. Iraqi war vet. I know we've read this one before, but we're going to read it again. Wheelchair basketball coach, healing bead manufacturer. Remember that one for later. Television producer. Absolutely not. There are the many faces of Somerville's Rene Anthony Greeno. Not even from Somerville. Whose latest incarnation as an intrepid bounty hunter landed him behind bars in North Dakota a couple months back. Greeno, 27, is all over Facebook, dating websites, and YouTube promoting his bounty hunting exploits. Why would he need to promote that on dating websites, you think? His reality TV endeavors and himself, but just who Greeno really appears to be is more of elusive commodity. On Facebook, he described himself as a Charleston native. On a dating site, he said he hails from Hawaii. A former employee in Colorado said Greeno claimed to be from Texas, where his dad supposedly was a Supreme Court justice. Even his race and ethnicity are subject to debate. Court records in Indiana list him as white, while a North Dakota jail website has him as a black inmate. On OkCupid dating site, he lists his ethnicity as Pacific Islander. But one thing is for sure, Greeno enjoys tooting his own horn. Quote, based in South Carolina, these bounty hunters mean business all across the U.S., boasts the Facebook page of his company, Southern Bounty Fugitive Enforcement. Quote, there isn't a fugitive that let me try that again. There isn't a fugitive that can run far enough from this squad. Remember, he tried to do like a Southern accent, and it was absolutely ridiculous. Just about as ridiculous as mine right there. Greeno told a Fargo, North Dakota television station in October that he has captured more than 5,000 fugitives. And an Oklahoma bail bondsman said Greeno claimed to have nabbed twice that many when he spoke with him. Southern Bounty's Facebook page notes that the company has agents in South Carolina and 11 other states, while Greeno's dating profile boasts that his annual salary approaches $500,000 and he's indigent. I said it. I think I said it right, you guys. Didn't I? Now, how did I say it again? Indigent. Veterans in the fugitive apprehension field are highly skeptical of those numbers, given Greeno's age and the fact that his bounty hunting and bail bonding companies are licensed to operate in South Carolina or North Dakota code. Wait. Aren't. That NT on the end is important. Aren't licensed to operate in South Carolina or North Dakota. In his dating profile, Greeno stated that he has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, served for 4 years in the Marines, and pulled 2 tours of duty in Iraq. That information could not be verified last week. He also stated on the site that he owns Benevolent Beadworks. Remember this one? A magnetic jewelry and therapy company in Colorado. But Michael Tennant, who answered the company's phone, said he is the owner, and Greeno never had a stake in the business beyond being an employee who left on bad terms. If he is in trouble now, then good for him, Tennant said. Quote, he's not a good guy. End quote. Tennant said Greeno claimed to be from Texas when he encountered him a few years back, but others said Greeno was thought to have grown up in Indiana, where he has convictions from driving without a license, public intoxication, domestic battery, theft, and illegally entering a residence, according to the court record. He ended up as a fugitive from Indiana in 2010 when he allegedly absconded from a work release program in Tippecanoe County court records show. Greeno's ties to Charleston area extend back to at least 2009 when folks remember him visiting the region before his arrest in Indiana. He returned after leaving the Indiana work release program and set to working with a friend who coached the Charleston Hurricanes, a wheelchair basketball team. I think I'll read this part again. It makes me so mad. But I'm going to because it's the truth. When Greeno's friend died in 2012, Hurricane player Rob Duckworth of Goose Creek said he stepped up as a head coach. Rob Duckworth stepped up as a head coach and had Greeno as his assistant for about 6 months. Greeno, however, showed a volatile temper and gave tongue lashings to some of the players, Duckworth said. They finally let him go after the team's first game that year in North Carolina. First game, he got let go, where a Greeno tirade against the opposing team sparked complaints, he said. Greeno continued to post online, however, that he was the Hurricanes head coach. Quote, to meet him, he straight up seems like a nice guy. Clean cut, well-spoken, Duckworth said. Quote, he seems like a nice guy, but he's not. End quote. Still doing the same shit. Greeno's bounty hunting career goes back to at least 2011 when he was stopped by Somerville police while tracking a fugitive at Somerville Villas with 2 men decked out in tactical gear. A police report stated the 2 men abandoned Greeno after learning he was not licensed bounty hunter. Police said Greeno, who initially gave police a phony name, was later charged with lying to police and violating the state's bail bondsman law, a charge to which he pleaded guilty this year, police and court records show. He gave addresses in Somerville and Lansing at the time of his arrest, but the phone numbers he listed no longer work. Greeno continued posting photos, tales, and pronouncements on Facebook about his bounty hunting exploits as he worked to drum up interest in Southern Bounty, in quotes, a reality TV show about his endeavors. He also traveled to Oklahoma to train with fugitive recovery agents who would later cut ties with him, saying they questioned his experience and tactics. He posted promos on YouTube and stated that the show was scheduled to air this year. Said no such deal was in place. A message Greeno posted 2 months ago on the crowdsourcing website GoFundMe stated that he had raised $10,000 to sponsor the series. What I tell you earlier. Paid for himself. Phil Summers, a local actor and videographer who worked with Greeno on, quote, Southern Bounty in Charleston this year, said the footage they shot was scripted with fake action and action players. This is some of the same stuff. Maybe I didn't have to pay for it. That other one had some good stuff in it, though. So he shot there before abandoning the project when he learned Greeno was a wanted man. Quote, I thought he really had something going on, something that was worth my time, said Summers, who insists he was never paid for his work. Where's that $10,000? Quote, but it didn't turn out that way. The show, if there was one, has been in limbo since Greeno's October arrest in Fargo after he and his team of fugitive hunters reportedly kicked in the wrong door while hunting for a man who wasn't there. He pled guilty Tuesday to 3 misdemeanor charges related to the incident and is now fighting extradition back to Indiana on the 2010 escape warrant, court records and authorities said. Tippecanoe County Sheriff Magistrate Charles Williams said Indiana authorities are in the process of seeking a governor's warrant to haul Greeno back to the Hoosier state. Normally, the escape charge, a Class D felony, wouldn't be something for which they would bother with extradition. But for Greeno, he said, they plan to make an exception. And this is it's called Ripoff Report. It's not like it's just people. It's like the complaints boards, okay? So I have it on here, but I honestly don't even know what's on it. I didn't look. I just found it and copied and pasted it. Author not confirmed. Southern Bounty. It's got a phone number. I've seen this number before. I'm going to save that. Southern Bounty Greeno TV show, Fugitive Enforcement. I read a lot about this Anthony Greeno guy, investigated and determined the man to be a licensed agent, but not in the state people think. Also in the upcoming television series. What? He's not licensed at all. He can't. There's a lot of talk about Anthony Greeno on the web. Our company investigated this and found the man to be a licensed agent. There's no way. Apparently, this is a major case that is under investigation involving murder solicitation, and the DOI in the state took down his information due to the reason that it could cause harm to his well-being by giving out personal information. Did Greeno write this? He definitely wrote this. He's put a picture of himself on here. Oh my gosh, he definitely had to have written this, you guys. Like, come on. The guy is apparently on TV, which airs in July of 2013. No, he was in jail in July of 2013. Thank you very much. On Fox. That was confirmed through Fox Corporate. Absolutely not. Used to have a non-extraditable warrant. However, the state says an agreement has been entered into the respective cause. The photo online is incorrect info. So after reading and investigating this guy, we found nothing wrong with Southern Bounty or Greeno. Seems to be legit to us. He works mainly out of Tulsa, and there is no licensing requirements there. Our company contacted this guy and was able to send all the credentials and worked a couple cases with us. He is quite professional and recommended. His girlfriend is not into the bail industry. She is the owner of a jewelry store in South Carolina, found the license in the city records. Oh my gosh, like how can we confirm? And look, he's got a picture of himself. No. You gonna say that I'm not? You gonna tell me I'm not? Yeah, my kid one time wanted for Halloween wanted to be an agent. Oh my word, that's so funny. I'm sorry. Back to it. I'm trying to see if like how we find out who wrote this. You guys see it? News media. That's probably why I've seen this. Author not confirmed. Why? Maybe you should question what is stated in this report. Misuse email accounts. Because some people misuse email accounts, this creates issues for ripoff report. We have implemented this notice on reports to show consumers if an author of a report has confirmed or not confirmed their email account linked to the report. There are reasons an author may not confirm an email account. The primary reason is because they want to stay completely anonymous. They do not want to risk any reprisal. Or they could be a whistleblower, employee, or ex-employee insider who doesn't want to be discovered. Remember, just because an author has not confirmed, it should also be known that in America, everyone has a First Amendment right to free speech, even if that speech is less than flattering, even if that speech is a lie. Oh, this is great. I'm so glad I found this. We gotta, somebody. We have to find out who that is. I would like for you to close now. Thank you. Let's just click on things. So that's just the category. That ain't it. Report was posted on Riff-Off and permanent record located here. Let's do that just to see. Nine 1-8-863-9767. I know I've seen that number. Hold on. Nope. I'm gonna have to find it. I know I've seen it. Oh no, what did I do? Okay. Kim 890. Oh, that one's a good one. But see, this one doesn't have anything. Is this report about you? See how this one has, or is it because it's like a rebuttal? Consumer comment, Southern Bounty, author. Anthony is a poor liar. He thinks people cannot search his past. Greeno has been arrested at least 10 times in 2005 for public intox. Pled, we know all everything. Judge Jeffrey Smith, 2.5 years to serve and 3 years probation. This info comes from Carroll County Comment. In 2007, he was arrested for residential entry. We know all that. So this person has their facts straight. Everybody says like, oh, those complaint boards, everybody just lies. Well, no, they don't. Like now we know that they were actually telling the truth. And this person, I'm assuming Kim, gave the numbers that you can call to confirm the information. Oh, this author is confirmed. It had no license. Fraud, fake, scam. By Chuck, Dallas, Texas. Thank you for your service, Chuck. Anthony Greeno claims to be a bail enforcement agent. He has been arrested for operating without a license. He was found guilty at trial in North Dakota and South Carolina. He lives in Indiana, where has 4 felony convictions and 30 misdemeanor convictions, and cannot possess a firearm due to a domestic violation. The felonies, he was on parole for escape from Indiana Department of Corrections. He has convictions for theft, trespassing, drugs, domestic violence, criminal mischief, and more, I'm sure. We got some pictures of him. Let's just check out some more. 2015. Anthony Greeno was just released from prison, where he did a year for the charge of escape. He has a long list of arrests and convictions. See the art at, and we just read the outer. Has many faces. He is unlick and a conman, unlicensed. Oh, is that it? Darn it. This is showing page 102. Oh. Yeah, okay. Got to keep that stuff fresh in your guys' mind. So, hey, Holly, how are you? Do we know the friend who died while visiting him in in 2017? A guy that he claimed to be his friend, but there's some issues with that. I am going to be, because we're still back here in the now we're up to what, 20, this escape one. I'm terrible. So the escape one will be next, and that happened in 2013. So no, we just, oh my gosh, well, I'm having total brain farts here. Yeah, this was the Cass County and the South Carolina, the Dorchester County. So the next one up is the escape. boy, I tell you what, you're busy. What was I doing? Okay, I was gonna have to close out some of this stuff. I just don't like the way it looks. Oh, here we go. I just have a little slides of just some, things. Some of it is related and some of it is just not as much, but okay, so right here he is talking about funding a for blasting the BG on TV. It's worth every penny, and he's flashing some money. Wish we could zoom in on it and see if it's real, but I'm not seeing a line. But is that only on the front? Agreed, Greeno is the real deal and a good friend of my fiance, Jeremy. So remember the Jeremy we just read about 5 years ago? That's his fiance, apparently. Thanks, y'all. We know what's up. If you want to contribute, PM me. The fiance says, call Jeremy. He wants to help with the investigation. Someone asked him, how do you make a living? I scam people through GoFundMe account. LOL. Now that's the truth. He just is so brazen that, like, When did he work in a bar in Fort Wayne? Like, somebody prove that. I worked at a bar. I work at a bar now in Fort Wayne and bounty on the side. Well, we know he doesn't bounty on the side, and he's always on probation, so he can't work in a bar. So I scam people through GoFundMe account. LOL. Yeah, he thinks that's what he does. How could it be done? Anthony Greeno, how could it be done? We haven't even arranged a time to film it. Oh, hold on a second. How do I work? I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Like I said, you can always, I check, double check, recheck, and sometimes you just miss things. And hopefully you can at least see that I am trying to be very careful. Wow, that was a lot I put in here today. I didn't mean the airtime, silly. I meant the funding. Well, I'm 3 hours away from them, and when they are ready and the contract is signed, it will be. Things like this don't happen overnight. Yeah, I didn't mean was the actual airtime ready. I meant, did you get the funding you needed, or do you have to pay that out of your pocket? ... My phone was messed up last night, wasn't on Facebook, was just wondering where the GoFundMe went. Was curious as to if you got all the funds together. Anthony Greeno, I suspended the GoFundMe page and am going to prove that the intentions are true and accurate. Those of you who seek justice for Abby and Libby, this is how you can help. To contribute to the information segment to get the Delphi murderer aired for 12 weeks. Once the goal is reached, all donations will be stopped. Okay. Abby and Libby just as sad, and then you can send your money straight to them, right? Okay. And then this poor lady says, I will put a money order in the mail on Friday. And he says, thanks. And so here's his proof. Hi there. I wanted to clarify that the cost will probably be more than $1,000. That is the cost to have a 67 spot produced. This does not include the cost of airing the schedule on TV. The TV schedule will probably run around the 2,000 range for a 67 spot for 2 weeks. This is in addition to the production fee for the commercial spot. Just wanted to clarify this for you. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks, Judy. But why does it say from Southern Bounty? I don't know. Okay, so this is from Mark Elliott. This is something that social media is not an investigation tool was able to get, I believe. And so I don't know. I think that's who is they like forward it. So it's forward response from WFLI TV 18. Anthony, we have several complaints regarding your efforts directly and indirectly. They are from family members and the law enforcement community. I am requested you to stop your efforts. If you do not, I will forward all the information to our legal department. If anyone makes a contribution for this effort, it needs to go through and be approved by the family of the victims. I like Mark Elliott. We are not in a position to be an accounting firm for your efforts, and any and all contributions will be returned should they get to the station. Should you have any reason to discuss this further, my contact information is below. Please cease and desist your solicitation for any funds to be sent to WLFI immediately. Please remove our logo from your efforts, as we do not have a partnership in any form with you or the family of the victims. If you choose not to, we will let our attorney take it from there. Thanks, Mark Elliott. This is another bounty hunter who, just happy. He's off the street. I think it's pretty much just, yeah, it's just like the article. They just copied it. Here he is in May of 2006, Phil Summers Photography. We've heard that name. Southern Bounty lead agent Anthony Greeno at Magnolia Cemetery. And remember, we did this whole badge thing, and I was able to buy one for like $100, under $100. So that's fake. It's all fake. It's like a Halloween costume, is what it is. Oh, here's some more money he's flashing about. I was trying to read that. It does look like it come from a bank, but and that does appear to be his fingernails because they're like really white for some reason. I don't know what this is, but it's the money man. So this is his reply to someone who, is telling the truth about him. Name one time I was convicted or charged with bail enforcement without a license, because there is no license needed. You must also check for the companies that were sued, which is why I'm big on libel. If I go post a bunch of stuff about you on Google, what can you do about it? Nothing. I don't pay child support. Anyone can ask me. I don't pay taxes. I hate this government. I work tax-free employment in bail bonds. A thug? LOL, far from it. A thug don't investigate crimes, they commit them. Anthony Greeno. He's telling someone on Facebook, please, and this is a woman that he's speaking to, please pull the dick out of your throat and talk. By the way, I have no child support and pay no support because I'm not obligated to. So get a clue. And I don't even live in Delphi for that matter. So shows how much you know. And I have firearms. Can a felon carry a handgun? Well, I do, with the police in front of me. Do a little more research. No license is required to do bail enforcement in my respective state, but it is. This is him. Get more sponsors. If you could get this information to White's, which is the place that Garrett Kurtz was at as a child, as a juvenile. It's a correction, like a, I don't know, juvenile detention, reformation, place in Wabash, Indiana. I think I would greatly appreciate it. I'm looking for assistance in airing my television show and want to show how White's impacted my life. I'd like White's to help sponsor me. Thanks. Sponsorship information is at the link below. Videos and photos are also there. Greeno Productions at yahoo.com. And he lists the GoFundMe for his Fox 23. Remember, they don't want him to have that on there. Here he is fakely arresting someone with his fake outfit on again. Here he is posing in his fake outfit. Here he is fakely arresting someone else. Looks like he's stepped it up from September 2018 to October. Look at all that stuff he added. Woo, he got busy. You got to have that on in here. Oh, there's another different badge. See, he's got the star badge here, and then he's got that badge there. So that's that. Agent Greeno and blank prisoner exchanged in Richmond, Virginia. Extradited back to Reading, Pennsylvania to ace bail bonds in Richmond, Virginia. Maybe some more places that we should just in case he actually did go along with some real ones for this. We should check there to see if he has any records in Virginia and Pennsylvania. This is in 2016. It's official. I'm suing the city of New Charleston for wrongful incarceration, commercial deformation, and racial profiling. This is going to be good. Thanks to my attorney for being on the ball. Do you hunt out trouble? It seems to be wherever you go. Not this time. They assumed I was someone else. This one I left the names on here because I'm pretty sure, I don't know. What do you guys think? Anthony, remember you left Indiana on purpose. Yeah, I did, but no trouble though. LOL. Is that Tylen Dion a account that anyone has seen him? Can we find that? This is Bad Boy Bail Bondsman's, the one that called in, Everybody doing good? Hi, Suzanne. Susan, how are you? Midwest Crappy Man. Mike McDowell, how are you? He's a living cartoon character. Yeah. Like, he's as big around as my ankle. Yeah. So true. Hi, Susan. I said hi to you already, didn't I? Well, hi again. And there's Sharon. I really have come to appreciate all of this info. Don't feel that word. Don't feel stupid. I had no idea he was so horrible. Do not like there's so many people that were in your position, Susan. He is good. He is a con man and he's good at it. Just now you know, and now you can warn others, and now you can donate to charities that actually do go to where they say, and just you have to be careful in this world. Anybody can, you just have to be careful. Anybody could just, I'm showing you the stuff, but anybody can just say whatever they want. And you have to verify if it's true, and that's like due diligence. And people should do it to me. They should definitely do it to Greeno. They should do it to every single person that talks about Delphi. We have to earn your trust. It is not automatic that you have to give it. And if you have questions, you have every right to ask. And if you need my help, then let me know and I will help you. Hello, William. True crime instigates. I know I've used that word for him before too. And yeah. Crimezilla, well said, Professor Pug. What'd she say? Susan, many awesome people were fooled. He is a true crime liar, not true crime investigator. Professor Pug, we are glad you found Mel. We all appreciate her diligence in trying to warn everyone, especially present girlfriends and future ones. Absolutely. Trust me, he is always on the lookout of using anyone. 100%. Christopher, 100%. Compulsive liar. Hey, Dee, how are you? Glad you're here. Oh, he's got a Grinder page? Am I reading that right? What's GRNDR? What is that, Christopher? I would like to know if he has a Grinder page. Exactly, Professor Pug. And he actually shows you the receipts. Like, he does it live. Like, when he was in CrimeCon, like, because he didn't have all of his normal equipment, he literally like made sure to show them and do that on a live so that he can prove that he is doing what he's doing. Plus there's proof in it because there's actually cold case investigations that has used the money that his channel and him that he has donated on behalf of his channel, because the freaks are the ones that help his channel help him, because it is, you guys, like, this takes forking ever. It really does. And it takes a long time. And I give him, and I am fully, he makes sure this money is going to me for the work that I'm doing in order to keep doing this work. Like, I have 3 jobs right now, and this one is a full-time job, and it pays hardly anything. I do it because I'm passionate about it. And I am not against making money off of Greeno, for damn sure. I think that's poetic justice, in my opinion. But like what Gray does with the funds he gets, it's like, I will donate. I haven't got paid from Google yet. I'm supposed to be verifying my address, so they got to send me something in the mail, and then I have to enter the PIN, and then I should finally get paid because I have not received a dime yet. And um so hopefully all the months prior to that, like, I get all of them. I don't know. I don't really know how it works, and it's hard to find information, but like, I trust them that they're going to pay me. It's nothing like that. I think YouTube will definitely do that. It's just I haven't got any of it yet, and I've already spent some of it, just on the camera that I got and this thing, which, it's not a big deal, but it sure has helped, and it's made my life easier. And being able to get Doc Hub and being able to, buy that thing. I mean, this costs a lot of money to do, money that you're not making. So it's just money that you're putting out. So when people super chat you and people join your membership, like, it keeps you to be able to do what you want to do. That's just the cold truth. That's just the cold truth. Like, I'm giving myself a year, and not that I think that I'm going to end up making it rich. Like, that's never been my goal. The podcast made enough to pay for itself, and that was fine, because I basically stopped doing it. The ads, I am not going to censor myself. I am not going to censor victims, not myself, victims. I'm not going to censor what happened to them because of the nature of what we talk about in true crime. So all of the monetization is limited, which is basically a big fat zero. So, even though the videos are monetized, like, you're not getting any of it because you're not appropriate for the ads, because you said sexual assault, because you said rape. I'm not going to diminish what happened to a victim because of limited monetization. Like, I can't do that. I will never do that. Absolutely not. And if I get kicked off YouTube, I guess I do, but I think all they do is just limit you can't make any money off of the, like, videos, because in the podcast world, it's not like that. And so you make money off of every time someone views it. I still do, because I have got to cancel that. I just can't make a decision on it. Because I could upload these over there. It's just the editing of that. Oh my gosh. Like, I would have to hire someone to do it. And man, I looked into that, and it is expensive. And so it's just like, thank you, Professor Pug. Do not give any more. You have given, that's your second time, and you do it every time, and I appreciate it so much. Yeah, we're getting trolls. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Crime. Man, she's on it. She's a whack-a-troll queen. Oh no, she's got to go. Professor Pug, you got to take over. I know, I'm a proud freak too. The pig is also, oh, okay. Yeah, he could have, D. He totally could have. Yeah, it really is, like, it's a lot. I mean, how many hours have I been on here? I've been on here since 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 3 hours of just trying to get through all that I had, like, the Doc Hub is definitely saving me a lot of time, because then I can just, like, go to it and read it instead of having to make an outline. So that's going to help us get through this way faster. So this is just that same bad boy bail bondsman, like, they all wanted him gone. And we read this article or tenet about he's not a good guy. And this is his name, which it was in the paper, so I feel okay about that. And then if you see this Go J, And then he has that. And then he has goj@yahoo.com. Okay. And then he also has Michael, I'm assuming that says tenant, at beadworks.com. Anthony Greeno. Now, this is not confirmed because this is on like Fast People. That's why I thought that was so funny, because like to literally like take Fast People and run with it and break down a door of an apartment, especially an apartment. Like, really? I mean, you got floors to apartments usually. You've got apartment numbers, like, and they just like ram through the door. Because these sites don't get it right all the time. And you have to like verify the information in as many ways as you can. And then still, it could be that it belongs to somebody else. There's another Anthony Greeno in Indiana, so you have to be careful. Thank you, Susie. You're so sweet. Keep it up. I will keep it up. Ain't nobody gonna silence me. But if you see here, it says go JIMTN at yahoo.com, valid since 2020. Greeno's magnetic jewelry. So, yeah. Here's the stuff that he stole from Michael. And then I thought, like, where are these? datinggypsyco.com, fugitive.com, reviewstalk.com, OkCupid, and bbworks.com. Let's see if we can find anything on those. And then they do such a great job of gathering all the information. This is so if you're not like, just go like the page or follow the page, because they have been doing this way longer than me, and they have taken a lot of shit for exposing the ridiculousness that goes on in true crime. And I'm sorry, but if you're ridiculous, then you like Greeno, just like, don't be ridiculous. So I do. There's some things that I don't agree with that the pages do. I don't dox people. I don't put out real names. I don't do that kind of thing. And there's also things that I do respect, that they have been trying to get people to wake the hell up about Greeno, especially Greeno, because he is the biggest problem in the Delphi case. He exactly is. Look what he did in North Dakota. He tried to derail the investigation by giving false information and basically trying to blame it on somebody else. Remember what he did to that one guy that I'm not going to name, and the fake phone call where he called him and was like, fake this whole thing of confession? The lady on the bridge, or the lady walking her dog. Actually, it was a man walking his dog. His name was Brian Mass, and he was in the paper with the dogs. The lady walking her dog was actually in her house. She saw her dog was barking at somebody, and she yelled because she thought they were going to her neighbor's house. And she saw a guy. Yes. Did Greeno talk to her? Did she move away? No. Like, he's just such a liar. Like, so he's literally forking with the Delphi investigation. That should piss people the hell off. I don't understand why it doesn't. Like, everybody claims that the Delphi case means so much to them. That's why they cover it every damn day of the week. That's why they're in Facebook groups every day of the week talking about it. And there's only a select few that see him for what he is and what he has done to this case. He is a menace to it. He's a menace to the family. He's horrible to them. He steals from them. Like, who does that kind of stuff? Like, he's awful. Like, he's a distraction. He is putting out false information. Why? Why is he doing that? Why is he doing a reenactment super early on in the case? Like, against the family's wishes. Why is he trying to get a video of BG out there when the news was already doing it? and collecting money. That GoFundMe was for his pockets. There was never going to be any Greeno funded. He literally tried to go around and collect he wanted people to send him money so that he could get DNA kits to go around to different people in Delphi to collect their DNA, like he was really going to do that. And like that's really a thing. And then when he saw that plan wasn't quite working out, like nobody was on it, then he went into the drone that he just had to have. That he spent that money and somebody else bought him that drone. And I know that for a fact. Ridiculous. Dude is simply incapable of telling the truth. He is not Pacific Islander. He is half Mexican, half Caucasian. Bio dad's name is... He told the courts he was living in Toronto during the child support saga, and that's why he couldn't appear. That we'll see that later. That was a lie, of course. He did say on OkCupid that he did 2 tours in Iraq as a Marine and was a decorated war hero. He was hired by the guy who owned Benevolent Beadwork, Michael Tennant, but he subsequently drove off with the man's inventory and truck and took up shop in South Carolina with the stolen goods. I don't know, but I haven't seen that. I don't know if that, like, I trust them, but I don't know that for a fact. The SS is from Reddit just a few days ago. The bottom SS is from his child support case on Indiana Odyssey. So you can go look it up yourself. Thank you for responding. So someone is asking, we do believe that your phone was taken. Is Mike C someone special? While we have you here, were you in the Marines? Did you serve in Iraq? Are you Hawaiian, Black, Pacific Islander? Were you born in Indiana? Have you ever been to Canada? Did you own a jewelry store? Can you get Lesenby to do a live show with you? Anthony Greeno. Never would have ever joined the corrupt military. Born in Lafayette, Indiana. Born in Lafayette, Indiana. Did you hear that? I'm Hawaiian and Irish. Never been to Canada. And I got my business license for Greeno's magnetic jewelry and Greeno Productions. He does not. Lesenby will never do a live session just because he doesn't want to be put on the spot with things unrealistic to the rumors. Remember what Lesenby said about him? He's not, all caps, not working with him. Telephonic communication with party. Anthony Greeno contacts the court stating that he just got word of the hearing he has coming and now lives in Toronto, Canada and will not be at the hearing. The court advises he needs to contact the court in writing. As of right now, the hearing is scheduled for September 22nd of 2016. Oh, this is some fun ones. Anthony Greeno. A dude died from an overdose. LOL. He deserved it. Too bad it wasn't MC. Katie Roby. Another great true crime disaster. I think that she's finally off of YouTube. They finally had enough of her antics and horrible to Abby and Libby's family. Horrible to just people in general. Miss effing wonderful. Anthony Greeno, you got to admit, it's pretty funny. It is. Someone died and they deserved it. That's the true Anthony Greeno right there. This is him. So studied bail bonds and surety at Polk Bail Bond School. No. Columbia, South Carolina. Lives in Delphi, Indiana. No. Never has. I saw what you wrote about me, and for your information, I never claimed to be in the military, make $500K a year, and my dad is a convicted murderer, not a Supreme Court justice. That is why a retraction was made and people got sued. Don't go telling people things about me that aren't true. We just read it. I just paid for us to read it. Did you see a retraction on that? I sure didn't. That's a wrap, folks. Sorry. Heated. Woo. But yeah, see now, like everybody's going to have all of this information for when he gets out and he's ridiculous. Did I leave a comment on there the whole time? I'm sorry, guys. I am so bad about that. Hopefully you were able to see everything. Sorry. Where's my girl? She always texts me and lets me know what I've done. Adjust fate. He told he gave his DNA in alive. Yeah, well, well, he has to give his DNA when he commits felonies, and he has a bunch of felonies. So, a stolen valor. Yeah, that's an actual crime. His grandmother's up at states he was born in Mexico. Yeah, he is, Kim. It is wrong. It is wrong. It's a slap in the face to everyone should be mad about that as someone claiming to be in any kind of armed forces when they weren't. And they're using it to trick people. That's a piece of shit right there. Because I'm not going to get emotional. But that's just terrible. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand how someone could do that. Again, thank you, Susie. Oh, see, dang it. I'm sorry. I read it, so hopefully that helps. Oh, really? He claimed to own, yeah. I would like to have those if you have them because I like to show proof and I couldn't find them. So that's why I just put the, like, to see if we can track it all down. Thank you, Professor Pug. I appreciate you. Good night. Good night. Oh, we gotta delete those guys. Sorry. Let's block that. Or maybe it will. Oh, I think it already did. Well, that's good. That's good. But now he won't be able to use you to perpetuate his lies, you know? Like that's 918 is Oklahoma. Okay. Maybe I saw it on, what was that guy's name? Kenneth Harris. That's where I need to look then. Oh, no. Sharon. Yeah, I did just come across that picture too today. I mean, there just really isn't anything that he won't lie about. And see, the thing is you can see this. It's the pattern. The pattern I always talk about. There's a pattern to his grifts and his con. It's just a different genre, you know. But it's the same pattern. Yeah, it's just crazy town. Lenny Biggers. Okay, I'm gonna look. Okay, Lenny Biggers and Kenneth Harris. Got it. He just wouldn't. Yeah, you're right, Angel Bear. I mean, he told us over and over, and then he tried to come back and say he did. He tried to say he found a phone out there, just like, oh my word. So ridiculous. I mean, seriously, dude, like, you can't tell me that you like Greeno. Go troll one of the people that like him. Like, I don't get you whatsoever. Like, you're absolutely ridiculous. Like, you makes absolutely no sense, and I think you need to get some mental help. Big time. It's absolutely ridiculous what you do to people, like, who don't deserve it. What? Because I like gray use? It started right after I talked about gray. Like, you need to give that up and, like, just move on with your life and concentrate on maybe trying to do something that helps. I don't know, like, do something else. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. You think so? I mean, as much as we know and don't know, they've told us 25 different things over one topic. It's just, hopefully there's a bigger purpose or something. I don't know. He said they knocked on his door. Yeah, right. Lie, blame others, run, and repeat. You got it, Kim. You nailed it. Yeah. Yeah. Claims to be running for sheriff. Felon cannot run in Indiana. Yeah, I did do a debunking of that one. I can't remember. I have done a lot of lies because I'm very, like I said, I am anal. I'm anal and I have OCD. And if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it as thoroughly as I possibly can. And that means that I'm going to be doing a lot because there's a lot of information, like there's so much information. It's ridiculous. Thank you, William. I don't know if I thanked you yet. Dog the bounty hunter. A PSA about great. Dodge the bounty hunter. Oh, he thought he could run for the sheriff. So ridiculous. And people believed it. Like, people just believe him. And he's so ridiculous. I honestly think it's a game for him. Like, I think that he, like, I don't know. Like, I think he may, like, get off on it. Like, I think that's what it is. Like, because he doesn't even try to be like tell good lies. Like, he tells lies that he know, like, if people look, they can like find the truth. But then it's like a game for him because he knows that when people find the truth, he's going to be able to gaslight it and get everybody in his circle and other true crime creators to have his back and to like go after people for telling the truth. Like, it's so bizarre. So bizarre. Yeah, he definitely lied. Okay, I think I'm like zippity doo. There's always gonna be that song. Gosh, that song. Oh, nobody's defending him. I'm sorry if I'm like I sound like I'm not talking to anybody in here. I'm talking to everybody else that's going to get out one day and they're going to believe him. And the people that keep attacking people for telling the truth and that are going to continue to, because let's face it, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But he's got this, like, I don't think he is swab at all. I don't think he is slick. He's just horrible in my opinion. And I don't get why people put him on a pedestal as being the Delphi. Oh, but he gets such all the Delphi. He goes on the scene. It's you. He's even manipulative in that because he's literally telling you what you want. You want. Like, I'm just giving you what you want. It's so ridiculous. You're so lame. Like, I can't even believe it. And then you want to come to me and tell me that, like, my husband helped you out. Well, I would like to find out who you are and have my husband not help you anymore ever again. Like, I don't know how you think. And I think you're just probably trying to scare me with that. Like, you don't know my husband. Like, don't be ridiculous. But why in the hell do you attack people that are trying to do the right thing? Like, go attack the people that are definitely not doing the right thing. Like, why don't you go find that 321 report guy Dusty Draper, who is ridiculous, and he is a child abuser, sadistic child abuser. Why don't you go find him and track him all around the internet? Like, that would be something productive. You could do that with Greeno. You could make videos about Greeno instead of everybody else that's not doing anything wrong. Like, gosh, you need help. So much help. But you know what's happening is I'm giving you attention, and that's exactly what you want. Some bizarre world that I don't understand. So I'm done. Like, get a life. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, that's true for both of them. For you know who, the troll, the like maniac, able to just have all the time in the world to like create accounts and keep coming back. I don't even know how he has the time. He must just be like a computer genius. So I'm probably going to get doxxed soon and my address put out there again because, look what he does to Gray all the time. Like, jeez. And there's probably more of him like that. He's got friends. Yeah, that's what, at least that's what I saw all the time. Is it's like if he put half as much effort into being a good person as he did into making it look like he's a good person, he'd be an okay person. That's the thing with psychopathy and narcissism. Like, you can learn behavior. You can learn. You may not be able to have it in your soul, but you can learn how to be better. Like, just be better, like, Lord. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Adjusted fate. Hey, Joni. How are you? I mean, hiding in plain sight. maybe not, like, but yeah, hiding in plain sight. Who is more hiding in plain sight than someone like Greeno? And like, he's inserted himself into the investigation. He tries to derail the investigation with false information. Like, why is he doing all that stuff? Like, I saved it. Here, you can listen to it. I think he's just like, he has to be relevant. Like, cause that's the other side of it, is he does all of this to try to be relevant. Like how he tells everybody he lives in Delphi when he literally never has. But when it's not convenient for him, he lives in Charleston, South Carolina, or he lives in Lafayette, or he lives wherever Delphi isn't. You know, it's just, oh, Lord. I had I don't know which one it is, so.
Pictures. Absolutely absurd. My interest into it because it's like, you know what? I was in Delphi that day, you know, like being from around Delphi, yeah, but didn't really know, you know, a whole lot except for what they were saying at the time. And that really drew my interest into it because it's like, you know what? I was in Delphi that day, you know, like being from around Delphi. Yeah, being from Delphi, you know, and I'd never even heard of that bridge before. So it piqued both of our interest into it because it's like, you know what? I was in Delphi that day, you know, like being from around Delphi, yeah, but didn't really know.
Interesting.
Like paparazzi type people that follow me around and take pictures. Absolutely absurd, insane. Stand outside of my studio, take pictures of me and videos of me and post it on Facebook. Oh, look, Anthony Greeno's here, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Stay out of my life. Leave me alone. Okay?
Oh, while he's saying he is a reality TV show star, he's famous.
Is that
he's just a walking contradiction is what he is. Lord.
My interest into it. Like paparazzi type people that follow me around and take pictures. Absolutely absurd, insane. Stand outside of my studio, take pictures of me and videos of me and post it on Facebook. Oh, look, Anthony Greeno's here, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Stay out of my life.
As he smirks.
Okay.
Like he can't help but like.
The best part about it.
Oh, was there more?
Doing this is that.
What happened?
Like paparazzi type videos. Stay out of my life. The best part about it, doing this, is that
I ended it. Yeah. I have a bunch of videos of his ridiculousness. What's this one?
Talking to Cece and talking to the sheriff, there's a way, you know, maybe we could raise some
funding. I was telling you about
like,
earlier.
You know what? Bam, if we can raise like $1,000 or something like that, be like, look, we'll give you $1,000 if you can, if all these people can upload it, their DNA to this GEDmatch site, and you can work on the case. Because all we want is the person to be caught. That's all it comes down to. I don't care about anything else. To be honest, I need a drone bad.
That didn't work, so I need a drone.
That would make videography for you guys much better.
For you guys,
it's not some toy
better.
I would just play with. I would play with it, obviously, but it's something that I think that I would need. Because this drone footage, I could take the drone footage out there to that shack, zoom right down into it, because I can't go on the property, you know, because it's kind of tough to get to, and I don't think people would just let me go out to that. But I could take a drone and go fly it right over and right down to it. I would have no fear. But let me tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, after going to Best Buy and researching some of these drones, the kind of drone I would need and the kind of drone that we use with Flying Frank is like $1,200. It's very expensive, but a very well worth piece of equipment. It's worth it. It's like a Mavic 2 Pro or something like that, about $1,200. You know, so I mean, I can go and look real quick and show you guys kind of what the drone is that
just
I would
like
need,
real quick, and he just happened to have it like pulled up.
The most expensive one, but they are pricey. But we need something that has the good HD footage because I don't want to go out there and record crap.
Yeah,
you know, that's just not not in me.
You don't want that.
A Mavic Pro drone. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, they're like
he wasn't at the press conference.
Like that looks like. All right, so I'm pulling it up over here on this screen. Let me Let me go over
Yeah.
here and show you guys this.
Exactly, Adjusted Bait. He said 7 different things
Okay, so
of where he was that day. In a ditch for 3 days. In jail, walking by to get cigarettes from the gas station. He caught on the courthouse like camera. There's more, but like he falsified a court document, like an actual My Case document, to make it look like he was in jail. Like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And this is why I get so upset about him, because I do care about the Delphi case. I may not cover it, and it's personal, and I have every right to not cover it because of the situation going on in my life. And I support everyone that does cover it, as long as they cover it responsibly. Like, but I do my part. I have done my part. Trust me. Probably done more than anybody. And like, just, I don't need to tell everybody what I do, but I do my part. And like, I share the flyer, and I share the flyer on my channel, and I talk about the case. I'm just not going to cover it in its entirety from front to back. Like, I'm not going to do that on this channel. And I do what I want to do, and what I want to do is what the family has asked us to do. And eventually I want to buy some bricks. I want to be able to go out there, and I want to show my kids, like, and tell them about Abby and Libby. And like, we did that, like, this is what I've been working for, to be able to give back. Like, what's more beautiful than that in this world, in order to give back? Like, I don't know. I mean, name something. Like, you give back to your children when you raise them right. You give back to your community when you do things that help. You give back to this community when you do things that help. Like, that's what being human is supposed to be about. Not taking, not exploiting, not damaging and lying and hurting and spreading false information and rumors. Yeah, I do too. Sorry, guys. They mad. Oh, here he is. He likes the comment. Oh my goodness. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I'm the psychopath. That boy, buddy. Like, yikes. Like, I feel bad for you. Like, if you can hear all of this about Greeno and still support him, like, like, there's just really no excuse now. Like, ignorance, you can be ignorant, and ignorance is basically you don't know what you don't know. But when you do know, and you can be educated to not be ignorant, then you're just stupid. Like, that's the definition of stupidity. So, yeah, if you want to call me a psycho, I could give 2 forks less. Like, your opinion of me does not affect my life whatsoever. Like, I feel bad for you that you live in a world of delusions, and that you trust a guy like Anthony Greeno over everybody else. Like, I'm not the only one that talks about him. Yes, I am anal. Yes, I do have OCD. And yes, when I do something, I'm going to do it fork and right. And yes, I am going to finish, and I don't care what you think. Like, it actually makes me want to do it more, to be honest, is when people tell me that I can't, or they put me down. Like, that motivates me to do more. So then what happens is your plan backfires on you. And then I end up with more information. Like, y'all's comments are the reason why I showed all those slides tonight. I hope you know, because I was motivated to do more. So keep motivating me to do more. You'll get more. Oh, let's see what else. She talked about Greeno for 8 hours. Psycho. I'm scared of her. Okay, cool. Nobody block him. Let him comment. Like, don't, like, that's the thing in my chat is like, unless there are certain words used, like the C word or like the W word, or, you know, like like there's words that, you know, but if anybody is coming at me and like trying to like bully me into silence or just, you know, attacking me, like, I can take it. Like, I want to take it. I don't want anyone to feel like they ever have to defend me. Please don't. Please do not. Because when you engage with these people, these Greeno, you know, the last 5 standing or whatever, like, you just encourage them. Like, there's something that's like, I don't know. It's like, what can I relate it to? And this is just my opinion. But like the Charles Manson, you know, like his cult, like against all like sensibilities, they followed him around and literally worshiped him. That little short little tiny guy that was like gross, couldn't sing, didn't really have any talent. What he was a manipulative mofo. That's what he was. And he was able, you know, just like Jim Jones and all of those, like, Greeno has that ability. If that's like one thing, and he'd probably love it that I said that, like, because, you know, like, he would like he would think that was a compliment. Oh, William, he's calling me a psycho. But it's fine. I can totally take it. CC thing, which was ridiculous. Oh, don't, you know, like, he did a really good job. And that's the thing we were talking about earlier is he did a phenomenal job of making it look legit, when all it was like, he could have just done something on his own, you know, like, instead he spent all kinds of time being fake, like creating something that was fake. Totally your prerogative. I highly doubt that you think he's a loser, or you wouldn't be in here against all odds. Like, Stockholm. I'm not sure what you can respect. Hi, girl. How are you? Yeah, I get fired up. Who cares? Obviously not you. And then why are you in the true crime community? You know, like, why are you here? What is your goal? Like, why are you here, Del Grosso? You know, like, if you're not here to advocate for victims, or at least be a decent human being and call out the people that are exploiting and stealing and lying and creating false narratives and inserting themselves in investigations and ruining cases, then why are you in this community? Like, it must just be for the drama of it. So you should love my channel when I talk about Greeno. If you're like the drama crime, whatever that genre is called, then you should really love this. Like, because I'm just not really sure. I'm not getting your point. I appreciate it, Amy, but I can totally handle this dude on my own. Like, I don't want anyone to ever have to try to like defend me, you know, like, I am such a big girl. Hey, Chris. You got your forks up. Oh. Yep. Yeah, I wonder where that I just had that picture of him and where is it? God, you're so lame. And like this is the reason why I keep staying on here for even longer. I just like I'm so stubborn, y'all have no idea. You know, and that's the thing is like um hold on just 1 second, y'all, because I ain't going nowhere. Just give me 1 second. There. That should help. Gotta be a member. Ooh. Guess you're gonna have to join. But that's why I turn on members only. It's not because I'm trying to get more members. It's because I'm trying to not get trolled by you know who. And see, like, I won't even name him his name. You know, like, and I want to. Trust me, I want to. But I don't. And that's the thing that I kept telling you guys to watch out for is when people go around and they think it's okay to dox people because they said something nasty about them or they think, you know, this, it doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make other people's bad behavior doesn't give you a license to have bad behavior. You know, like be who you are and be you all the time. You know, that's why like at least Del Grosso, I respect the fact that he keeps coming at me. You know, he's not fake. He ain't being fake. And I respect that. I can respect that like completely. And I can argue back. And we can have a discussion. And we don't have to go and like dox each other. Like, who does that? I've been accused of that so much. And like, that's the last thing that I've ever done. Like, I see people getting doxxed and I go straight to them and be like, this is happening to you. And this is what you need to do to try to protect yourself. like be that person. Be a person that does that. Let's have more of those people out there that stand up for others. Because again, in the end, who is going to be left to fight for you when you need someone to fight for you? If everybody says, that's not my problem, it should be everybody's problem. It really should. The ethics of true crime, and it's just it should just be a no-brainer, and putting things in titles to get views. That's gross. That's gross. Using Delphi, just hashtag Delphi. Like, don't do that. Like, if there isn't anything going on, like, there's so many other cases. There's so many other. There is. Like, look at Kelsey. Look what she's doing. And I'm about sick to death of people giving that kid a hard time. And we have watched her grow up. Like, have some compassion. She did not kill her sister and her sister's best friend. Like, it's disgusting. Is her story inconsistent at times? Yes. And guess what? If it wasn't, I would be suspicious. Because it was you have to understand like the psychology of it, of like when you are in the worst time of your life, you imagine what you would be like if your child was murdered, if your sister was missing, and then you found out your sister was murdered and you're the last one to drop them off. How do you think you would feel? How do you think she feels every time she sees some jackass calling her out because she said this or she said that or she didn't say this? Like, get a life. Leave her alone. She's doing good. She's giving back in the face of adversity. Like, that's awesome. Like, she took all of the negative, the hurt, the pain, the murder of her sister, and she forking turned it around. And she said, I'm not going to let that beat me. I am going to, in the face of adversity, in the face of all of these mother forkers out here that attack me, anytime I say a word, I'm going to keep saying words until my sister's murder is caught, until my friend's sister's is caught. She's paying it forward. The whole family is. Look at the park. That's not just for them. That's for every child in Carroll County and beyond. They want somewhere that families can have, in the face of their tragedy, they're still giving back to their community. Grow a conscience. And I get it. People want to blame them because if they can blame them, this is the psychology behind it. And no, I'm not a psychologist. But this is what it is if you can put the blame on them, if you can deflect it onto them and that they did something wrong to cause the murder of Abby and Libby, of Ray, Hanish, of Nicole, of every single case you see out there, if that victim or that victim's mom or that victim's family did something wrong, then you can think you're okay. That's what it is. That's why people blame victims and their families, because we don't want to live in a world where we can't control it. And guess what? We can't. It can come for anyone. Darkness is everywhere. And when you don't attempt to be a light in the darkness, you flat out suck. And by projecting your fear onto these families that have gone through that would be terrifying for me, because I would be like, wow, like my thought process is like, I want to support them with everything I have. If there is a case and I cover it and it ends up being the family, do you think that I'm going to be like, man, like, I guess I should have been more rough on them. I guess I should have called them out? Fork no. No, I'm going to be proud of myself that I didn't, even if they were. They're not. Like, it's just so annoying. Just like, be better. Just be better humans. And I'm not talking to my amazing subscribers. Like, literally, I don't even deserve y'all. Like, you guys are amazing. And I know that you all feel the exact same way that I feel, And there are some outliers that don't. And I'm talking to them. I'm talking to the people that continuously bash the families, that continuously do that in other cases, that literally, like, what if it was you? Doesn't it ever dawn on you and that it could be you? I don't care if you keep your child on a leash, like literally a leash. Do you think that because you do that, you're just trying to control everything? It could still come for them. We can't control life and death. That's narcissism, you know? Yeah, Chris, they sure do. You are welcome, Lipsha. I know you feel the same way I do. Me? I'm not afraid to say their name. I just choose not to because that's not right. And because they do something horrible doesn't give me the right to do something horrible. But we've had a troll in here all night. And that's why I keep staying on, because I'm just trying to be stubborn and not let them win, because they don't affect my life. Like, what are you going to do? What are they going to do? If this live gets taken down because of the nasty things that they've been trolling in here, then I'll just make another one. Simple as that. Hey, Randy, how are you? But there are people like Anthony Greeno. He is a true crime case. It would be no different than when I would get on here and rant about freaking Ted Bundy. Is it the same level? No. Charles Manson, like, he didn't kill anybody. He got other people to do it, like, like, there's all kinds of people that I talked about. Christopher Mathis, he didn't kill anybody. He just helped cover one up. Like, that's like a felony 6. I covered that just as anally. I covered Talitha Beckley and Jasmine Parker, and they didn't murder Nicole Bowen, but I sure did cover them, because they do have a criminal, and they were involved in a criminal case, and they're involved in criminality, and that's what I do. And I'm going to continue to do it. But there's just some things where you have to draw the line. Like, I even mark out Greeno's addresses, except for when he's in jail, because that's like, just like, it's a jail, he's not there anymore, obviously. But like everything else, like, I don't share everybody in here knows who his parents are. He's told you, like, who his sister is, all their names, the names in these court documents. But that doesn't, just because I think doesn't mean that I get to leave them all in there. Like, we FOIA'd those. We got those. And that's my responsibility of how I want that information to be out there. Can I control what newspapers do or the news? No, I can't. But those, I can block out what I want. And I choose to do that. And I wish more people would choose to do those kinds of things too. And just knock it off with the freaking, it's just because there's nothing going on in the Delphi case doesn't mean that it's just like free reign to make stuff up, like that's half the time. Like Greeno tried to take credit for the Keegan Klein stuff. If like it was his phone, that's why his phone was taken. And he literally stated it as like it was a forking fact. It's like, come on. What is traumatizing? Am I being traumatized? Are you traumatized by me? Oh. Yeah, I try to. I try to. I'm trying not to at my expense of gonna end up, but because I do, like it's obsessive compulsive disorder, and I am a very passionate person, and I am totally proud of that. I do not want to be any kind of a person that I will never be a person that is indifferent. I despise indifference. I don't like to be friends with indifferent people. I can't stand it. I think it's just so lame when people were like, well, that's not my problem. I'm going to stay out of it. What if your kid was like getting beat up at school and their friends were and their classmates are standing, which it happens all the time. It happens in my kid's school. That's what happens in this world. It's like the kid getting pummeled to death in a hallway of a school and all the kids standing around and videotaping it. That's what you are when you don't stand up to what is wrong. And you can justify it away as like, I'm this, I'm that, like I don't have to. And yeah, there are some battles that you don't need to fight, and people can fight their own battles. I can fight my own battles. If someone's attacking me, I don't care. Like, you don't have to send me the link to the video where they're attacking me. Like I have at it, if that you do you. But like if you see people that are creators, you have a responsibility to hold them accountable, and they have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to hold each other accountable. We really do. And when you see someone covering true crime that has no business covering true crime because they are a true crime case, then you should call them out. You should call them out on their lies when you know they're lying, and like fact check. Like, that's what we all do. Like, it's sleuths, remember? Be a sleuth. Sleuth them. Oh, you just got one? Yeah, it's been a long tonight. I think I've been on here since 7. What time is it? That stinks. Yeah, you'll like this one, Laura. Oh, thank you, Lipsha. Did I already say that? I think I did. You're sweet. Well, looks like the troll's gone. Looks like Anthony's gone. Delagrosso. Looks like I'm sure I'll get comments. But it's cool. Like, it really is, like there's been the thing is, my goal in this was if I can help one person to not be victimized by him, mainly the families, of a family in the future, and help the ones that already have been, and set the record straight and be a voice of the truth in their darkness, because of like they have told a lie, and then I can tell the truth about it. And if even like one family avoids him and interacting with him, I feel good about what I did. I gave back. I helped someone. If I can help other true crime creators and the community not to be victimized by him and to be used by him and exploited, I feel good about that. I gave back. I gave more than I took. I gave more than I took. And I think that at the end of the day, if you can say that you gave more than you took, you had a good day. Today was a good day. And with this Greeno stuff, I already know that I am giving back because of people that were just in here tonight. Almost every time I go live, there's someone else that is changed their mind. And I have new friends because of it. Like I met a new friend and she had not watched the content and just saw Greeno for the facade that he puts on and said something to me in a comment. And then she reached out to me and I respect that 110% of people that can say, you know what, I was wrong. Thank you for educating and thank you for shining a light on that. Like I had no idea that he did all of this stuff. This is public record, by the way, everyone. Like, it's public record. It's not like, it's public record. And I just had a wonderful person comment to somebody that was just like, like have some respect for his children. Why don't you go tell him that? Why don't you go tell him to be a good dad? Why don't you tell him to be there for his kids? Don't you think that would be the best thing that any human could do, is to be there for their children instead of use and exploit and leave and abandon and not even claim? He did all that. And you're going to try to make me feel bad for what he did? And this person nailed it. They said, I wish there was someone like her, meaning me, who warned me about my dad so that I knew it wasn't me, that I hadn't done anything wrong. Because that commenter was basically saying that she wished that she'd known the truth so she could avoid the pitfalls of her father, and that she didn't blame herself for his bad behavior, and that if she could just be better. That's what happens to these children when they have these kinds of parents. They think it's their fault. It's none of his children's fault. They can know that now. They can, when they are old enough, they can, or their parents can choose to talk to them about their dad because they have the information now. No child should be watching this. It's not made for kids. I put that in every single one of them. Like there's a button on there that you click and it's not made for kids, and it doesn't get put out to kids unless some adult shares it to them. But like I thought about that a lot all week of like, wow, that's, like there's so many aspects, and I'm not sure exactly what, like I'm just saying as a whole of like, when you have a father that does all of these things that abandons you, they don't claim you, you don't even know who they are, and then they want to use you for a picture and exploit you on their YouTube channel. How sad is that? That's sad. And it's not their fault. It's his fault, and it's his problem, and he's the one doing it, and I'm not going to feel bad about it. He did that. He's doing that. And they need to know that they are loved and that they did nothing wrong. And I am so sorry that their dad won't be better for them. Oh, thank you, Kate. We would have so much fun on a mountain, bathing in the sea. Oh, gosh, you kill me. Oh, thanks, Dan. Hey, you're back. I would too. Absolutely. I hope that there's some way. I have said this for months. I hope that there is like some way we can. I definitely wouldn't be giving it to him. And that's the thing is Bruiser knew he wasn't going to do that either because he knew he was going to pocket that money. And Bruiser was like, I will give it, my wife, we will give it to her, not you. And guess what? They never heard from him. Why? His daughter wasn't important enough. She just uses him. He did that. He has to take responsibility for that. You can't put that on someone else. I mean, you could try, but it's not going to land anywhere on me. Like, I wish there was more I could do. I wish that I could, I would take them. And the thing is they have good moms. And I hope they know that they're supported here too. And I will speak for them. And I hope that they can find like everybody, like he just happens to be, he's just in the public and he keeps committing crime after crime after crime after crime. I know you've been at his hands, his hands. He's hurt you, and that's not your fault. And what he does to your children is not your fault. You believed him just like so many others, and he's a fraud. He's fake, and he faked you out, and now your child has to pay for it. And that is the worst feeling in the world. It's the worst. And you pick yourself up by your bootstraps and you be there for your kids and you tell them the truth when it's age appropriate. And just always let them know that they did absolutely nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. The same. It's very sad. And the thing is like like it just makes me think of the future of reading back and saying he's gonna, just reading those things of like not only his own children, but other women's children. Like of think how damaging a person like him, as manipulative as he is, the damage he can cause to a small child, any child of any age that is impressionable. You really want to have your child around someone like that when you don't have to? Don't you think that the mothers of those kids that are his would give anything if they had a better father, a different one than him? And you wanted him to just be signed up as your baby's like stepdad? You have choice in that. You have a choice. Again, ignorance is ignorance because you don't know what you don't know. And then once you have you can be educated, and once you can choose to not be ignorant and like actually listen, and then if you don't, you're stupid. Like that is stupidity. It's just like it's a saying. Not just me says it, but like all kinds of philosophers and all kinds of people say that. Ignorance is just don't be blind about it. Like it just, if you know the truth, when that I love that quote, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. People will always show you who they really are, and you should believe them. Because if you don't, not only are you going to pay the price, but your children are going to pay the price. Your animals are going to pay the price. For Pete's sake, your fish. Like when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Because I know, like the new girlfriend, like he's already showed her who he really is. We saw it on that live. Like she's doing him a favor and paying for it. And he was treating her like crap. Like that's the world he lives in. Oh, thank you. New member, Dan. All right. All right. All right. Hey, just Mike, how are you? It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but not really. I did some research on that, just Mike, and they're not. Like, it's another one of his lies. But there is that connection there. And that happened just before Delphi. It was like the winter of 2016 I think he finally showed up to get the DNA test in like March or April of 2017. My dad was a violent felon, contributed to death of my mom. I was 2. I'm so sorry. Was in prison my entire childhood. I was lied to about why. Found his court records at 26. 100% wish I knew the truth sooner. Yeah. Like, and I'm not saying like you would tell you at 2, and I don't think that's what she's saying either. But, children will find any way to blame themselves. Even when their parents get divorced, children will, it's my fault. It's, like they do. And that's what children do. And like, when I got divorced, like I knew that I had asked because I come from a very uber religious background, and like when I growing up, and so I don't know a lot of people now. I do, but a lot of people that were divorced, and so there was a couple of my sister's friends that I knew, and I literally went to them and asked them like, how do I do this the best way for my children? And they were like, never talk bad about a father. Tell your children the truth and don't lie to them. And that's and I was like, what? Like, how do you even do that? But there is a way. And then like, of just, I don't know, like but children will want to blame themselves. And so for mine, I took them to counseling, like before there would be even a problem, just so that they knew from someone else that wasn't me telling them that they didn't do anything wrong. And kids need to know that. They need to know that from other people, that they didn't do anything wrong. Like kids don't do anything wrong. We teach them to do things wrong when they're older, but they don't come out doing things wrong. They don't, we teach them. And that saying, the hate you give forks everybody. And it's so true. You know, if you think about it, when you're raising your children, like if you give hate and you teach hate, then that hate that you've taught your child now has forked everybody else over, because now they're going to go out and they're going to begat that. And the hate you give not just only screws your own child, but it screws everybody else and everybody else in your child's life. So then your grandchildren, and then your great grandchildren, and your great 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 grandchildren, you know, like don't put hate out. I doubt it. I don't know what that means, just Mike. But just like be better in this community. Be better at, like, you know, just be better. Just expect more. Expect more out of the people that you choose to watch. You know, hold them to a higher standard, you know, and just like watch out for those warning signs of double standards. And are we all like, and see, that's the thing, is like, what it's not about, it's the, if you watch, okay, say you watch someone for a week and they're on every day of the week, and every day of the week they are doing something that is just a little questionable or wrong, flat out wrong, then when someone tells you who they are, believe them. If you watch someone for a whole week, and 2 minutes out of that entire week they messed up and they got angry, they let their temper get the best of them, and they spouted off at the mouth or whatnot, then you remember it, because you want to make sure it's not a pattern of they're just hiding their true self from you. So you catalog it. But then, you know, if they do it again next week, they do it one time, and then they do it the next week one time, and they do it the next week one time, then you kind of got to be like, okay, you're showing me who you are. You're trying to be this person, but you're also trying to be this person. But then you also have to realize that humans are complicated creatures. Like, I'm a complete oxymoron, you know, like I love looking at the grass. There's so many things of, like, you know, I'm capable of every kind of human emotion. And so therefore I can get really heated. Therefore I can be really kind. And I try to always lead with that. And there are times when I do things that I am not happy with myself when I lay down at night. And what is it like, do those people, when they know they know they messed up, how do they handle it? Can they say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, that wasn't cool, without a but? If you ever get I'm really sorry, you know, but I was just really da 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 and blah 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 blah. If you get that, like, run, because that is the disingenuous, and they don't mean it, and you just got pacified. That's what happened. Is they don't mean it at all, and then they just like punked you again by giving you a fake apology. Like, there's nothing worse than just don't apologize at all if you can't do it sincerely. And sometimes you can apologize and not necessarily think that you did anything wrong, but you can say, like, I'm sorry that made you feel that way, and be completely genuine about that. Like, I don't like that I made you feel that way. I'm not going to necessarily take back my words, but I don't like it that you felt hurt by that, like that is genuine. What's not genuine is, well, I'm sorry, but you should just be smarter. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. That's what it means. Yeah. So funny. Oh my gosh. They're back. They just got a different name. Cool. You're so cool. Yeah. Yeah. Those people that give you lip service, avoid them. Oh, I know you are. Run from the love bombers. Yeah, it's fine. I blocked them. They'll be back. That's what they do. Just, I'm sorry, Hunter S. Thompson. I'm sorry that you were more than likely, like, there's a reason why you would come on and say something like that about me. I know it's not true, and anyone that knows me knows it's not true. I mean, good Lord, I was still in high school, but thanks for thinking I'm old. But like, I'm sorry that you feel like that's your only thing in life that brings you some kind of feeling, is to say stuff like that about other people and to get on their live and like try to, you know, do your narrative. Like, I'm sorry that whatever happened to you that like made you feel that way, like, and that's the thing, is I learned that from my child, like, my little one, well, actually my oldest one now, but she was one of those kids that was just like, man, she'd take just about anything. But if you hurt somebody else, buddy, she was a freaking bulldozer. You were going to have to bulldoze her down in order to hurt someone else. And I love that about her. And she's still like that to this day. And there was a bully at school, and she kind of knew her from, she lives like near the same park. The kids all play at the park. And so she kind of knew her from, like the swing sets and at school. And, but she picked on the kids with special needs. She was the best buddy. And, so this little girl had picked on her best buddy, and my daughter, got in front of the situation, like literally with her body, and told the girl off and was like, if you want to hurt somebody, then you can hurt me. But like, you're not going to, you do it through me. And, well, that girl didn't. But later on the bus, she took a pencil and she stabbed my 10-year-old daughter in the leg with it. And I'm talking a hole in her leg, not just like a little like poke with a pencil top, but I'm talking, she stabbed her in the leg. And my daughter didn't want to tell me about it. So she did hide it from me. She did. Because at that point, she didn't know how I was going to react. Was I going to flip out, run to the school and like, cause a big scene? And I mean, that was never the way I wanted to parent, and I didn't. I never got in front of my kids. I always went beside them, and still do. I'm not going to get in front of them. Like, they have to make their own choices. That's how you learn to have confidence. And, but anyways, she finally had to show me her leg, and it's like, okay, what happened? And it was like, how do you want to handle this? I'm going to have to get involved, but I will follow your lead. And, but this is things that do have to take place. I do have to call the school. we do have to tell the principal and the vice principal and the counselor about this. This is, not something that is avoidable, but I want to know how you want to handle it with your classmate. And she chose to write her a letter. And the letter, that's what she wrote her. And it was sincere and from the bottom of her heart, because she knew that little girl's home life was horrid. She'd seen that little girl's parents and how mean they were to other people and other parents, and how they treated their children. And they just basically were just left to their own devices. I mean, they had nothing, and they just were raising themselves in a home with addicts. And, this little girl needed something in her life to control, because her home was so out of control, and my daughter could see that. And that's what she told her. I'm so sorry that you feel you have a need to take I know you're hurting, and I'm sorry that you feel you have to take it out on other people, because you can't take it out on the people that are doing it to you. And I'm sorry for that. When I read that letter, I was just like, man, I just learned a lesson from my own child. Like, what a lesson, of that she, to recognize that people that bully because they're hurting. It's coming from a place of pain most of the time. Some people are just psychopaths and they love to inflict pain on others. And those are the people you just can't let get to you too, and you got to avoid. But like, she legit understood that little girl, and she gave her that letter. She didn't, call her out. She just gave it to her. And then we dealt with it with the school. And yes, she didn't get in trouble at the school. Her parents came in. Oh my gosh. Just like, then I knew, like, wow, like my daughter nailed that one, just, it was crazy. And, I've just, I don't know. It was, I felt bad for the little girl too at that point. And it was like, what could we do to help her? And we talked to the school, and, from that day forward, she still continued to be a bully and to hurt other kids. She was mean and just horrible to everybody except for my daughter and anyone that was with my daughter, or she knew my daughter was the best buddy of. And none of her friends were allowed to either. And she knew that my daughter had nailed it in that letter. And every, that little girl would be like, hi, and then she would say her name. And, they weren't friends. They were never friends, but she respected her for recognizing and giving her grace. And that is a absolute great lesson to learn in life, is to try to understand where people are coming from. And that more than likely the bad comments that I get in my on my videos, and the bad comments I get in chat and the trolls, like, more than likely they are hurting way more than I. And most of the time, people that are hurting hurt others. They want to hurt others because it helps to ease the pain. And it's the same thing with why people victim blame. It's wrong and it ticks me off, but people want to ease their own pain. It is terrifying to have a child and to think that this could be your child. Well, but then you're like, no, I will never let my child do that. I will never, never, never. I will never. And then now what you've done is you've quelled your own sense of anxiety by blaming them, because now you think your child is safe because you blamed them. Do that in your head. You can totally do that in your head and not have to write it or say it out loud. Like, just do that. That would be better. But I'm going to get off here because it's been 4 hours and 14 minutes and 27 seconds. Yeah. You know, and that's just sometimes we just have to have like pity on people and understand that, you know, it's it is, it's sad to have to be so unhappy that it makes you feel better to make others feel worse. You know, like that is a sad existence, and it doesn't have to be that way, you know? Like life is a series of choices, and you don't have to be a victim. I mean, I have a child that sees more doctors than most people in a nursing home see, you know, is in more pain daily than most people could ever even imagine in their whole lifetime. And it's about perspective. You can either be a victim or you can choose to not be a victim. I hate it when people say victor, but like you can choose to not be a victim of your circumstances and to not let it stop you from being better, and to not letting it get in your way in the face of adversity. Just say, screw that. I'm going to do it anyway. You know, yeah, maybe I didn't get dealt the best of the hand, but at least I'm not dead. At least I'm not, you know, A, B, C, or D. And you do things to help yourself. And it's possible, you know, like it's totally possible. It's just a choice, you know, and they're hard sometimes. They're very hard. They're hard for me. They sure are. Hey, Justice Angel. Thanks for stopping by. And then good night, Angel Bear. I'm getting off. I think I said that like 20 minutes ago and then I didn't. I need to go to bed is what I need to do, but I'm not tired. But I'm going to try anyway. Well, I hope everyone has a great night. I appreciate everyone being here and everyone being, you guys are just awesome. And thank you for supporting me for what I'm doing. Thank you for being here for 4 hours with me. You know, and I hope you all have a wonderful week, and I'm sure I'll see you sometime later on this week. And with that, good night.